I always find it funny that like it goes live on Twitch like immediately, and then YouTube takes like a lot longer than that. Like we've been live on Twitch since before I started saying anything, and we're not live on YouTube yet. There it goes. And now it just went live on YouTube. That's how long it took after. That's crazy. And it's not even subscriptions when they're so Twitch is a piece of shit. And I'm glad that I'm glad everybody can hear me saying this. So Twitch is a piece of shit. And Twitch is upping their sub price from $4.99 to $7.99. But their creator split is still $2.50. So I still only get $2.50 out of it, which is what I got when it was $4.99. It's the same that I get at $7.99. And they have increased their ad lulls by like 1,000%. I don't expect anybody to. Fucking Twitch is greedy as shit about this, and it's infuriating the way that they do it. I was watching, Brittany and I were watching streams all last night, and we were watching on the TV, and I'm not logged into the TV. And I swear we would watch for like 3 minutes, and then there would be like 2.5 minutes of ads, and then we would watch for 3 minutes, and there would be 2.5 minutes of ads. It was to the point that like I didn't even watch the stream anymore. Me and her were just bullshitting because like as soon as you would start to pay attention to it, yeah, it would just go right to an ad. Ridiculous. So that being said, anyone who's on Twitch, hi. Sorry that you have to deal with this bullshit. But I am live on YouTube as well, so if you want to go there, they don't have the crazy ads, I don't think, for their live content. Yeah, no, they suck with the interaction piece. So if you want to just enjoy the story, go to YouTube, hang out. If you want to do interactions, then you got to be on Twitch. Well, not necessarily, right? So if you do stream loops, and this is a horrible time to plug this, but if you do the stream loot stuff, so for one, I get 90% of all the money that gets made from stream loops. So they are pro content creator. They are not trying to take 70% of the earnings. But for two, if you do the interactions via stream loops, that'll happen no matter what. Like regardless of which one you're on, it'll do it because that's not tied to any set platform. Way more powerful, yeah. The ones that are in the Twitch channel points, they're just like kind of like basic interaction. It's enough that you can still impact the story, and we can all get a good laugh out of it and whatnot. But yeah, nowhere near what's available in the stream loop stuff. So there's that, and then also on Twitch, obviously, you can have both open. There you go. Yeah, and then on Twitch, obviously, you earn channel points, and you can buy Streamloots decks. Like, I'm air quoting, but you can't see me because we're on the starting soon screen, but you can buy Streamloots decks using channel points. So, yeah. Do with all that info what you will. Oh, so close. I did not get a chance to put filters on everyone's audio, so I'm going to do that real quick, and then we'll be good to go. I got to put filters on just to make sure that no one... Yeah. voice mod was like a cool idea, but like, well, I mean, I never really took full advantage of it, so like I never did all of that shit. And it was like it's fun, and even now, you know, when we're playing together, I'll fuck around and throw a voice mod on just to freak Brittany and Sin out. But like, other than that, it doesn't really do much. And if I was like a regular streamer, a real streamer, you know, I could put it where people could change the voice, do different interactions and whatnot, and that'd be kind of funny. But I ain't. That ain't me. It's not bad. I just gotta make sure I got it set up where I can actually manipulate it. I swear we're gonna start in like 2 minutes. Get that. I definitely haven't been doing this for like 5 years plus. I think I've been doing it for 7 years now. Is that what it was? Something like that. Been doing it for a hot minute. Let me slap chroma key on here. Look that all the way up. Wow, it doesn't get rid of the white of the Sirenscape at all, huh? Go ahead and change this to this color. I don't have anything playing. I think it's my problem. So let's not do color. Oh, I did color key. That's why. Color. Way better. Okay. Control audio via OBS. Okay, so theoretically, Sirenscape to monitor and output. Are you guys hearing Brindletown? No, I mean to yourselves. Okay, so that might be because of the... Okay. Let's try this. Alright, we're hitting the button, switching over, doing the thing. So, we're here. Everybody, you should be able to hear everybody now, I think, right? Everybody say something.
Hello?
Yeah.
Test. Cool. I do hear me, and I do hear everybody.
I think the only one I didn't hear was Megan.
Yeah, me neither.
Are
You're
you on
muted,
mute?
Megan.
Muted and Ninja, looks like.
B505.
There we go.
Thank-
Perfect. Okay. Okay. And then I just got to make sure that I bring Sirenscape over here. Still not hearing Sirenscape though.
I have Sirenscape maxed out and I can barely hear it. So I think you just have it super duper freaking quiet.
Okay, hold on, let's turn Sirenscape up loud.
God. Damn.
And now I can hear it at 70%. Much better.
Okay,
I
still
had
hear it.
Sirenscape like at 30%.
I had it 150
Hold on, let me see if
and
I-
it still was like you can't hear shit.
Huh.
Looks like on stream you're not even getting the waveform.
No, you're not. It for some reason it's not even acting like it's getting anything, and I wonder if it has to do with not clicking on the link directly.
Technical difficulties.
Huh. Alright, so next thing to try is going to be this. And then let's put this back at like 35. And then it's all super fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like fucking IT simulator. Okay, so that's super loud now. So if we do this, we should be able to hide.
I hear Sirenscape on stream.
Perfect. Okay, and then for this, I just need to. I'm gonna have to put a fucking filter on this just to make it quiet as shit. So like negative 15. Why is it still so loud?
That's actually perfect volume, I think, for background music.
So I think the difference now is that what I hear is not what everybody else hears. So I gotta do this, and then put this back up to 0, I think. Okay, hopefully...
Muted.
Hi.
We're gonna roll with this for now. I'll toy with that as it goes. Hi! Now that we're finally here. Episode 25. We've reached 25 episodes, which is crazy to think about because if it's like 4 hours long, like this is like the 100th hour of the campaign we'll be going up to.
Say
It's
next
fucking
week will be
crazy.
half a year.
That's crazy. And we're not doing anything special for it. So,
1 year we'll do something special.
yeah, we typically always do something special when we hit.
Like a
certain
TBK.
episodes. That's the gift I'm willing to give any week. Adam, you're doing a recap. Let's just jump right into that.
All right. So I'm gonna say something I just realized afterwards, but we start off with everybody's relieved to be back in Truded, finally sleeping in a bed. Roderick and Thrain decide to sleep in while Desmond and Nell get up and actually be productive. Nell goes out and starts training, and most of the way they were originally trained how to train. And then Desmond's working on research for a new weapon. And then Thrain has another dream. Well, Thrain has a dream like the one he had when he was dying in the prison, where his deity Moradin welcomes him to the afterlife as if he's fully dead. Goes about celebrating what he's done. Thrain wakes up, finds Nell. They start sparring. Then Quillwise's new book gets there, of all things. And quite the delivery it was. Big Bird dropping out of the porch. No advance warning from Quillwise, because why would we? And then get the book inside. Quillwise is excited about getting more information. Thrain throws some shade at him, saying it's been taking 3 months. Corrects himself to 3 years. Makes a DC 21 wisdom save for Bestow Curse. And Quillwise just calls him a bully. Then Thrain goes off, and after eating, to pray, where Roderick finds him and asks how Thrain got in contact with his deity and how he can. Thrain says it takes a long time. There's no way to fast travel it. It's just takes time. Roderick doesn't like that. Goes and finds Desmond. And Desmond tells him usually there's a sacrifice of some sort involved, where you give something and you make a pact with a divine being, and they give you power, whatever else you want. I think he says something about possibly his life, but Roger takes that out of proportion. Tries to find Nell. Finds Nell just before lunch. They talk about how dangerous it is to make a pact with someone, because you never know if it's a devil in disguise. Nell mentions how there's no devils in the church. So Roger gets the bright idea to kill himself in the church.
Naturally.
Nell tries to talk him out of it. Doesn't work. Runs to the church. Sits down to next to the little old lady that he interrupted earlier when he was speaking with Thrain. And starts trying to talk to Reyna, as his double slits his wrist as the little old lady tries to save him. He chases her away as the image barricades the door. And he gets in contact with a being of some sort, agreeing to attempt to set up a meeting at some point with Reyna, and for an unknown cost this time. They also give Roderick a coin if he ever needs help, to leave the coin face up on the table, and he'll be there as soon as he can. Where if it's dire, leave it tails up, and Well, it better be dire. After that, Nell finds him, goes in the back door of the church, brings him back to in a sucking all the light out of the room type of way. Then yells at him a little bit for how stupid he is. And then does crowd control while Roderick goes and finds Desmond to clean up the mess that he made. Doing that, Desmond starts cleaning up the mess and gets a little overwhelmed by all the divine magic when he tries to cast, was it detect magic? After that's all cleaned up, we start heading over to Dunescrawl. Nell stops at the little village, buys some odds and ends that we need for going through the desert. We get on top of the Sylvanus Pass. And it's a bridge that's just a straight arch, no supports. That's 5 Grand Canyons wide, roughly. So long you can barely see in the middle, you can barely see land on each side on a clear day. Bridge is in immaculate condition. Then we start heading down. Once we get to the bottom of the bridge, we set up camp because it's getting cold. Go to bed. Everybody does some downtime activities. Then Thrain has another dream where his deity pretty much casts him out of his afterlife because he wasted his life and wasted his gifts. No longer welcome at his family's table. While Thrain's having this dream, therapist Desmond and Nell are talking. And then Nell goes to sleep. And Thrain wakes up and has a long conversation with Desmond.
Therapist Desmond.
Yes, therapist Desmond. Again, still therapist Desmond. And Thrain has an imprint on his shoulder where he was struck down by his deity with his warhammer. Nothing can seem to cure it. Thrain's up for the rest of the night, and then they start traveling early in the morning. By, I think it was 9 o'clock, it was already up to over 100 degrees. While traveling, they come across a camp, or an abandoned camp with an anvil in the middle, with it being split by a warhammer. This is after Thrain has snapped at Desmond, I think it was. And then almost hits Roderick with his warhammer when he tries to talk him down. Fortunately, Thrain's too in his feels right now to care. Set up camp for the night. And does some more downtime activities. Thrain's too shaken up to do anything. Actually, rewind a little bit. Thrain, while they were at the village, Thrain reached out to his father with sending. Notes there. There it is. Asking for advice and being worried about his family. His father Belric replied, "Worry not, we're strong here. Face your evil, no retreat. Trust your strength, return only after you've conquered it. Evil bends its knee to you." Thrain, understanding what that means, nods solemnly, and then goes to bed where he has the other dream. And that dream, he is back at his family's table, except it's empty this time. He starts asking questions of why this has happened to him, why treat him like this. And after some time, he sees his sister Astrid standing in the doorway, and darkness rising up behind her, and then pulling her into his embrace. And that's where we ended it.
Yes, thank you. So bad news I determined while doing all this is that I cannot play Sirenscape through here because it was doubling your voice while you were doing a recap. So I had to mute the Sirenscape so it didn't double your voice. So like when you first click on the link to Sirenscape, it pops up the thing where it's like yes to all links. It tells you what the actual link is. There's a fucking link in there. I need to copy that and paste it into here to be able to get access to the thingy thing. But I did yes to all, so it's not going to ask me for it anymore, so I can't copy the exact link.
Oh no.
So, yeah, so right now I'm just kind of SOL on it, so we're going to not have...
Sirenscape for your viewers.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not going to have Sirenscape for tonight.
That doesn't mean the players can't enjoy it though.
Yeah, no, it's still up there for you guys, and I'll still play the songs and whatnot, and I'll still fart around and try to get this working, but as of right now, there's no way to do it because I have to access it through this specific link. Oh, wait, maybe not. Hold on a fucking second here. We might have something. So if I take this and go like this... Oh, okay, here we go. I'm gonna close this real quick. And then turn this on. Loud as fuck, but it worked. Okay, hold on. We're here. We're good. Turn this like this like this.
You're good. You're good. You're still good. You're good.
And then we're gonna turn this way the fuck down. Hey, I think we got it.
Only 30 minutes into when we're supposed to be live.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's like when you do a recap, we're normally ending the recap around now anyway. So like we're perfect in time sync with how we do things. That's not even an insult. That's just how our timeline goes out. Like I'm not saying it as a jab.
Your recaps are better than my recaps, is what he's saying.
No,
Megan has the most detailed recaps. Like you don't miss. If you missed last session, you will know every beat of the story. Whereas everybody else, you'll know like high level what happened.
Keep in mind,
highlights, and I give 90% of stream.
Keep in mind, I started that at 7:35. So, I think it did pretty good for
Yeah, you did
25 minutes.
Not bad. All right, so picking up right from the end of the recap there. So Thrain, you have the dream. You see your sister. You see the tall, 12-foot tall figure, yellow eyes, reach around, and as it reaches around her, you
That's
wake
new.
up.
You didn't say yellow eyes before.
Oh, okay. So the creature, 12 feet tall, standing behind, wraps its arm around, and all you can see is the yellow eyes of the silhouette. And you immediately wake up. And around this time is when everybody would wake up. So, Thrain, you wake up just drenched in sweat. The sun already partially in the sky. It's already close to 90 degrees, and it's early in the morning. and you guys were like right outside of Dunescrawl, if I remember correctly.
Cliff, what would you say a roll would be if I see if in everything he would understand that that's a hag countess?
I mean,
Because of how everything has been going.
But
I
say, you
think
haven't seen
Nell's
her at all,
explained
have
it.
you?
Nell's only explained it to Thrain.
Yeah. I would say just do a history check. Yeah, I'm sure you could put 2 and 2 together. Maybe not right away, as that's probably not where your head's at immediately after waking up. But like, the longer you sit there and reminisce about like what it means in the dreams, like you start putting those details together, like that final bit of the yellow eyes would like click.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say this now so I don't forget. About an hour into travel, you'll just hear Thrain out of nowhere. That fucking piece of shit.
Huh?
You good, Thrain?
After this past week, no.
You know what I mean. I know you're not good, but
But
what piece of shit? Whose neck am I breaking?
and he'll intentionally cut you off with that but. Not in a rude way, just I'm sorry, Roderick, for lashing out the way I did.
Oh. After you sat there and paused, I thought you were about to like throw hands or something.
You were right. And
That's 2 for 2.
Right?
I don't like it, but you were right. And
Yeah.
I know
that.
I don't know how you guys probably all know at this point the dreams I've been having. Last night I saw the hag countess pulling my sister into her dark embrace.
Yeah,
At my
it
family's
messes with your
table.
head, doesn't it?
You have no idea. But you do. And that's all he'll say about the matter. Okay, we can rewind the morning now. I just didn't want to forget that because I would.
I don't think there was much to do in the morning other than everybody gets up and packs up camp and eats breakfast and does their, typical morning routine that we do of Nell's training. Roderick doesn't want to be awake. Thrain trains sometimes.
Oh,
Desmond cooks.
Husband's been awake for like 5 hours already. And he's just ready to go.
Thrain you'll notice that Thrain has been training with you pretty on it this trip.
Like he's getting his aggression out with it. Got it.
And thinking he's very quiet during the training sessions. But he is there every morning training.
We gotta keep up our strength.
Yeah, so we don't need to back up at all on that. I mean,
Okay.
that's, you guys
Pretty
packed
typical.
up, started moving, and then all of a sudden you just had that epiphany and just kind of let loose with the emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And not too long thereafter, as the heat starts to pick up, and at this point, it's about 101 degrees outside.
That 1 degree difference.
You could see off in the distance, a couple hundred yards away, through the sort of bending imagery of the heat waves on the surface of this desert, you could see the formation of buildings that as you approach, you start to realize is the city of Dunescrawl.
All right, now question.
Yep.
Is it Dunes Crawl or Dune Scrawl?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it Pet Smart or Pet Smart?
Yes.
Okay.
Depends on who's pronouncing it, I guess.
It's the town. We made it to town.
Considering the Eclipsean Order symbol is big and obvious on Nell's shield, they're going to have it be kind of stashed underneath their backpack, so it's just like held in place, and their go-to weapon if something were to break out would be the great axe, so with two hands.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And as you all get closer and closer to it, like that just dry, arid smell of the desert, you start to get some more like botanical notes. Like you start to actually smell some of the vegetation. And after you get close enough where basically most of the city's sprawl out in the desert is within eyeshot, you start to smell that smell in the air, like when it rains, like that really strong it starts with a P and I can't think of the name of it right now.
Petrichor.
There we go, that strong petrichor. You start to smell that in the air as you get closer, and you start to hear like mechanical whirling, and from the vantage that you have right now, you can see that there are these large mechanical devices that have like these turbines that are slowly turning, and they're scattered all throughout the city. And as you get a little bit closer, the tampered down sand that's almost turned into a rock-like base just from being traveled starts to slowly turn into these cracked tiles of sandstone that someone actually has laid out purposefully. And as you start to enter the city proper, you could see on the left-hand side that there's this small hitching post where you see some camels and a couple horses hitched up. And then on the right-hand side, you start to see a few market stalls. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception check, please.
Quick question, which side are we entering the map
South.
from?
Bottom
Top down?
map. Bottom map.
Bottom of the map. Okay, bottom of that, moving up. You got it.
Bottom map, heading top. Damn! Adam's getting all them 20s out of the way right now. Yeah.
I don't see shit! I'm just focused on water! Yeah, I know we got that lovely jug, but the water in it's not as satisfying.
So let's lay out here.
Speak for yourself. This shit's clean.
Do I get a fate point for 20s?
No.
No? Okay.
That-
Is it
that's
double
a
20s?
Good.
That's
Oh,
in
okay.
combat.
Okay. Damn.
Okay.
We'll make it combat. You! Merchant!
You can do that if you wanna.
No.
No thanks.
You just let me know. Actually, wait till I finish the description, then let me know. So, so everybody but Nell, what you can see is those large mechanical devices. They appear to be pulling water out of the air. And as you get closer towards the city entrance, like that petrichor smell is real strong in the immediate vicinity of one of these things. And they have like this basin of water at the bottom of it that you can see that just from the heat and through like the natural water that's under the ground that gets evaporated up when the heat comes through, that they've actually crafted these devices to pull it out of the air. Roderick and Thrain, you notice that there are guards here, and the guards have like this chitinous armor on that looks like it's made from some sort of either like beetle shell or like a thick hide, and you could see a few of the guards actually have bullets as mounts, and you could see that they have these giant muzzles over the bullet's face that the reins and everything are connected to. But you could see one of them walking in a downward area out in the distance. And just beyond where that guard is at, you can see this old temple that's set up in the center of the city. And Thrain, for you, you notice as everyone is sort of focusing on the city proper that this first stall to the right, this first market stall that you're quickly approaching, you can read the sign on it, is called Orcus's End. And it looks like it's some sort of souvenir shop. And the person inside of the stall looks like a devil.
Are the machine things that are pulling the water from the air, are they like fully exposed and just out in the open? Or are they covered up with some kind of building?
There's the structure of it is large, but it looks like it's exposed, except for it does have like a tarping over the top of it to like stop from like sand and whatnot blowing back into it. But you can see like there's a large basin which has the water in it, and then you could see from it there's like this twisting turbine that sort of sticks out of it, and it has these fabric cloth like arms, and they're twisted as well, and you can see it as it's spinning, that it like, you could see like just small beads of sweat on it that are like sort of dripping down into the tank.
So,
Uh,
go ahead.
Desmond's gonna break away from the group, just like, I'll catch up.
No, wait. Before you go, I'll stop everybody when I originally see the shop and what is being ran by. I'm like, and I'll point everybody's attention to it. I'm like, I think we need to stay together for this.
All right. What's the play?
I don't know. I just wanted to call that out before we go do something reckless. Now, over here. Going away from your distractions. Over here is what we're looking at.
Sorry. Nell kind of furrows their brows and puts out their divine sense, playing paying also keen attention to what happens near Desmond for it.
If you're within 60 feet of this stall, then you would get that strong, like a fiendish aura coming from that area. But you still do get that undead aura coming from Desmond as well.
So where I was expecting, of course, the fiend, I am looking more so for the evil registering in the senses, or the good registering in the senses.
It's not really. You're not getting necessarily good nor evil, but you are getting fiend.
Well, they are certainly fiends. It's not just visual. Nell's eyes just kind of like flick towards Desmond and back towards the stall, and they're still not bringing up what they're sensing each time. They're still not convinced they're doing it right. Something's got to be wrong.
Desmond like looks around. Yeah, he looks like a devil. That guy over there looks like an elf. I can't tell what that guy is. I'm gonna go and do this. And he walks over to one of the machines.
They're
He like mutters to himself, I guess it's okay to profile now.
nothing giving off evil, so I'm not exactly worried at the moment. But
So you walk past the merchant.
I'm gonna
Um,
browse at merchants.
I'm assuming those machine things are the things on the map with the blue circles, right? Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I was on mute. I said it.
Oh. So, yeah, Desmond's gonna go up to one of those and just open a page in his tomb and like try to do what he can to copy the design down in his book.
In his tomb or his tome?
Both.
Oh my god.
He's taking it to his grave.
Must have one of these motherfuckers in the afterlife. And just for the record, like the basin on this thing is massive, like 25 or so feet on any side of it. Like the thing is massive. And like as you get close to it, like you get that really, really strong petrichor smell. Like you can smell the water inside of this, and you feel like because of how dry it's been with your few days traveling in the desert, like you can almost like taste the water in the air.
So you're saying there's these basins at the bottom. Are they like visually just something that's open that people can access freely?
No, there's like glass panel that you can see the water inside of it, but there's not like you can't just walk up to it in like with a spigot or anything like that.
That'd be too kind. You're right.
I that's one way to look at it.
Let me just dump this in here.
And if anybody else is near the stalls, like the merchants at the stalls, even though it's late morning at this point, the merchants at the stall are in full swing, and like anybody they see that looks like a traveler of sorts, like they're beckoning you over to their wares.
I'll peruse the first one. See what's there. Anything that stands out.
Sure. As you go to the first one, you see this devil in this finely tailored suit. And he stands there with his hands behind his back, and he just is looking at you. And like as he catches you, stop for a moment to see what he has. He says, "We don't see many dwarves in the desert. Might I offer you a drink?
Nell's attention.
What do you have?
Well, water for starts.
I have some of that.
I would like some water.
Yeah, he'll reach back behind and he'll have this water skin and he'll toss it to you. I'm sure you all know of the great
It's just
battle
so much too.
of Orcus and how he was struck down by the former king of these lands.
Do I?
Looks at Nell.
Nods. Like, yeah. Obviously.
Nell's the only one that knows.
Desmond's lost attention right now.
We're already walking towards the water. I didn't expect you to stay with us.
We said we were gonna stick together, but nah, done.
And then he like sees it register on Nell's face and on Roderick's, and Thrain is just sort of blank. And he's like, "Oh, please tell me you know."
Yeah, come on, Thrain. Everyone knows.
I was looking for you for advice. You know everything, apparently.
I'm the results guy, not the answers guy.
Nell sighs and then goes into great detail about what happened here.
If Nell starts explaining it, this guy has memorabilia. This entire shop is filled with like t-shirts and like souvenirs from the Battle of Orcus. Anyone who knows the details of it will immediately be able to register like how a lot of these details are sort of blown out of proportion from like how it really happened. But there's like, as Nell's explaining, like, you know, that Vardrak and the group approached the Temple of the Forgotten, and he's got like a shirt that has like the silhouette of the team in front of like the temple, and it starts explaining through the battle, and he has like little cards that are like flash cards almost with like detailed scenes from the battle, and you have like the final scene of Vardrak striking down Orcus, even though anybody who actually knows the story knows that it wasn't Vardrak that actually got the final blow.
Does
I
Nell
hear
know
how the
that
history
fact?
books
I
keep
feel like-
telling it that way.
I don't know. Nell's a little obsessed with all of it, so but does Nell know the truth?
That's for you to decide.
I think I'm gonna make a history check.
The truth, I feel like. Anything that she reads that doesn't say that it was Vardrak is wrong.
I'm pretty sure all those books have been burned already.
What do you
Right.
think? With that 16, does Nell know that it was Vakta?
I was about to say, so does Nell... How obsessed with Vakta is Nell versus how obsessed with Vardrak?
I thought it was Grimble that.
I thought it was Batsu.
I know
Spider-Man
Batsu got
meme.
Batsu got a lot of last hits off, but I think
No,
I
I'm
think
pretty sure it was
Orcus
Vakta that got the last hit off, and it was so anticlimactic because it was like I think that Grimble got a crazy crit off or something like that, and it left him with like 1 or 2 hit points, and then Vakta like did like a nothing attack. And, like it wasn't a sneak attack or anything. It was just like,
And I throw a dagger.
That sounds about right.
and like
well, this is all that Nell knows. Everyone that what we said right now. I thought it was him. I thought it was them.
yeah. So that actually perfectly illustrates like how the stories could have changed and whatnot through history, depending on who told it, who knows. So I'll say, for the sake of this conversation and what we've talked about here, it seems how us who were actually involved in it don't know for sure, right? That you wouldn't know for sure. So that's one of the stories you heard. Yep. You might have heard it was Vakta at some point, and you could have even chimed in. I heard it was Vakta, and then he's probably got a little slide, like he like flips through the cards and he pulls out one of those that shows Vakta getting the last hit off on it.
So, question that I never actually got to answer. Nell greatly admires the king and is a huge fanatic of the king. But they are also a big fan of Vakta. They just are overshadowed by Vardrak's fanaticness because, well, they kind of made him a pseudo father figure in the distance, which they had a mom figure, so they didn't really focus quite so hard on Vakta, but
Well,
still
it makes sense
very
too.
up to date on all that shit.
It makes sense given the fact that like all of Vakta's accomplishments were like government accomplishments, right? Like Vakta was
And
like
when you
the
are a child, you're
Yeah.
focused on the big, freaking charismatic.
Yeah.
What race is this Greek person doing all the big fighting things?
Yeah, like the stories of Vardrak are like Jason and the Argonauts, right? Like it's all larger than life, like crazy battles, fighting gods. And then like Vakta's like, yeah, like I
Got rid of
Here-
the slums.
Right, yeah. I got rid of like the class divide in Durian. I horticultured extinct plants and cultivated things that weren't growing on Amethil naturally. Like Vakta's accomplishments were great in their own right, but like Vardrak's fighting gods. Like who's gonna get their story told by more people? So
It's
and
really widely, disputed as to who got the final hit on Orcus.
and as you say that, he goes, but one thing that is not disputed, and he like reaches down underneath the little desk that he's standing by, and he pulls out the wand of Orcus.
What
Doubt.
is that ugly thing?
To press X to doubt X.
This is the wand of Orcus, the weapon of the fiend lord himself. This skull that sits on the top, they say, was the skull of Vardrak's closest friend, the son of Orcus.
No! No!
Can I see if he truly believes it? Like, roll insight, see if he believes it or he's just trying to sell marketing.
Sure.
Nell believes that this man could never possibly actually possess the wand, so is like, whatever, man. Is uninterested in walking away now.
You definitely get the sense that he believes in the story he's telling, but like, he's not trying to sell you that this is the wand of Orcus. And as he's finishing his spiel, he says, "This is an exact replica."
Okay.
Some say this is the weapon that Vardrak took and made his own. The same weapon he brought to slay the old gods. And you can have this replica for the mere price of 20 platinum.
That's cute.
He snickers. he holds it in. He doesn't bust out laughing.
Oh, Nell did. That was absolutely in character. Okay.
I see. Too rich for your blood, I understand. This would be definitely something for a true fan of the king to collect. I wouldn't expect just an average person to.
Dang.
Nell's already moving on to the next stall. They're not phased by any of this.
The rest of them are just you got a weapon stall, a food stall, regular merchants. Like it's just people who have their own wares that they brought here. Just in general, you get the idea that All of these little kiosks are for consignment that you could purchase for your own if you wanted to sell something here even.
Yeah, really, it's one of those things like if they had any pretty looking armor, they'd be tempted, but other than that, they're really not focused on it and going to go see what Desmond's doing while Desmond's looking at the water things.
All right. Desmond, are there any, I guess, Sin, technically, are there any questions or anything you had about this thing that you're studying here?
Nope. Just
Okay.
trying to figure out how it works, copying it down. Ava's on his shoulder, looking as he makes the schematics.
This wasn't the sound that I thought it was going to be.
Ow.
The sandstorm
It's
picks up.
much louder than the Brimbletown ever thought of being.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just get rid of that.
It sounded like an extended toilet flush.
Yeah, in more than one way. What does this sound like? So yeah, so as you all go into the city proper, you could see that like Dunescrawl itself, very appropriate to its name, is sort of like carved in the middle of two large sand dunes, and you can tell that like a lot of maintenance is required to like keep the sand off of the paths, to keep the sand from burying any of the buildings on the extremities. Like people actively in there like shoveling sand to the side. What all are you looking for in the city here?
To refresh my memory, why did we come here? Was it for the mission, the letter we got?
No, we are
We're
not
here
doing
looking
that
for
at all.
runes or something.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay.
Trying to see if we can find any piece of the crown evidence. So,
Well, the first good sign is the town's here.
yes, that is a good sign. Not completely destroyed. Looking around, is there like more fiendish folk about, or is it just the one?
No, so it's just the one. Most of the people that you see here are elves, but they have tan skin, almost like a wood elf. But they have like sandy hair colored complexion, light eyes, unlike a wood elf.
Could I determine their race?
Sure.
Exact.
You can attempt to, yeah.
What role would that be?
Probably like an investigation.
Okay.
Or perception, your call.
Yeah.
They are elves.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Nell is looking around and attempting to see what buildings look the oldest to go near. Of course, nothing's going to have stood as long as it all has, but anything that feels obvious.
It would be my suggestion that we check out the temple before anything, but that's up to
of
you.
Course.
Leader.
Definitely something I wanted to check out. Figured I'd just have my head on a swivel while we started over for anything else that might look peculiar.
Yep. And I mean, so twofold with that, right? So the oldest looking building is the temple in the middle, and the homes that are adjacent to it. Like, a lot of the homes look like they were built like lean-to of the temple, and it's sort of like sprawled out from there. You would get the sense just from looking at it that like the town probably started out as just that small central block, and then things started to expand around it. But given the fact that this is in the middle of the fucking desert, like, it's not some sprawling metropolis or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. What's our move?
Sorry, was it Dunescrawl that was built on an old, like, ruin, or was that
Sandscale.
Okay. Just had to remember as Megan first. Well, starting in the oldest regions is probably best, and it does appear that it was all centered around there. I have no idea personally what god is worshipped inside of this temple, or if it's an Omni church, but
Fucking
let's
Omni.
check it out.
I don't think Omni churches matter in this matter. We just need to investigate the area.
Yes, I know. I just meant, I don't know, as a background, I have no idea what we're walking into. Have Roderick and Thrain moved on, or are they going to money shopping?
Continue what?
Are you have you guys moved on from the stalls?
I'm with you guys.
Okay.
Yep, with you.
I've just moved up. Yep.
Right. Then let's head to the church and see what we can.
So would the front of the church be the outside where not in the circle, or would it be in the circle? Would be considered the front of the church?
Front of the church would be like what you see as you're walking up the main street.
Okay. Does it have anything on it that would maybe discern if it's more of an omni church or a deity specific?
Give me a perception check. Or religion, your call. You can see that there used to be areas where like flags were hung on the outside of this, and they have since been removed, sort of removing all of the affiliations that were there. But you can see some of the stones have like almost like hieroglyphics carved into them. And one of the symbols that you see would be for one of the old gods. Who has knowledge of the old gods? Desmond does.
Nell was alive for them, so maybe not knowing every single one of them perfectly, but definitely isn't a stranger to like recognizing a symbol of one.
Sure. Everybody give me a religion check. Desmond, Nell, you can do it with advantage.
All these dice keep going over my thing, and I
15
can't
and
find
an
religion.
18.
There it is.
So
I recognize that the god is old.
So, Desmond and Thrain, with a 16, I'll say yeah. One of the symbols that you see on there is the symbol of Baal, who was notoriously the god of murder.
Can I investigate these carvings and see if I can tell if they were like the same age as the building, or if they were carved sometime after?
Sure, give me an Omni tool roll. I mean,
Hang on.
they all look
Big
pretty
Drago.
old.
What is this?
I'll say that like all the carvings in these hieroglyphics, they all look aged through time.
Can I assist him on this with my knowledge of my stone cutting knowledge?
Sure.
I don't think that's gonna save a 2 either way.
You never know.
I mean, all I need is a +2, and he'll get to a 10. It was a little better.
Intelligence history made
No,
with.
do your actual tool.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Go ahead and roll again, Desmond. You can do it with advantage. So just do regular. We'll take the higher of the two.
That's better.
So yeah, so you could tell that like none of these carvings are new. These were all symbols that were carved in initially, and upon investigating these sigils closer, it's almost like ancient scripture that is telling the story of Baal. And this very much is, or at the very least was, a church dedicated to the god of murder.
So, Thrain and Desmond are like up face close to this wall investigating.
Mm-hmm.
And as we are, Desmond like it turns to Thrain still with his mask on, chuckling a little bit.
There's a distinct smirk on his face, on Thrain's face, right now. Something in his eyes that you haven't seen.
Look back to Nell and Roderick. This was a temple for Baal.
Oh.
Looks at Roderick. God of murder.
Oh, all right.
And from behind you, you hear a voice say, "More accurately, this town was settled by a sect of Deathstalkers."
For Adam, what are Deathstalkers?
They're like fanatics of Baal.
Okay.
Nell does a quick about face to see who the fuck is standing behind them.
You just see an older looking elf, just completely unsuspecting, just wearing a robe and kind of has like one of the masks to protect from the sand just pulled down now so you can actually see his face.
Unsuspecting made them sound immediately suspicious.
Unsuspecting. I suspect something though.
Mm-hmm.
We're arriving in the morning, so good morning, sir. Do you mind telling us more about it all? We are very curious about the history of the area.
Does anybody have their Eclipse Order stuff out, or is it all?
No.
Okay. He's like, not really much to tell about it other than many moons ago, this town was a camp that was set up for some of the cultists of Baal. They ended up building this temple as a shrine to him. And throughout the years, as the fanatics of Behumat settled in on Amethil, the cultists were quickly ran out. All of the old flags and placards that were dedicated to Baal have long been removed, but you all have a keen eye and have noticed that many of his teachings were etched in the stone itself.
As someone who has a keen appreciation for craftsmanship like this, I appreciate you, not necessarily you, but this culture of not destroying this.
Well, by then, the temple had become a place of worship for many, as even back then people weren't running around yelling that they supported the god of murder. He chuckles to himself a little bit. So, the temple itself remained, and this little community grew around it. And not many are wise to what happened back then, even.
Are there
Hey,
any?
so why would someone worship a god of murder? Just wondering.
Well, it's a question that I really can't answer. I've never understood the notion of it, but he was a powerful god, and he had beliefs of the strongest survive. And I think that some people resonated with that mindset, but some people might have just liked the lawlessness of being able to just kill.
He was a god quick to praise his devoted.
I guess I would ask if you've met any of these cultists, but you're still alive, so guess you haven't, huh?
He chuckles a little bit. It's like, well, I've never been a part of any of their practice, but who can say? We may have ran into them at any time. I don't think they were just running around killing everyone.
Is there any libraries or obvious, well, not even just obvious, but any places that would have historical records of these things? This story is kind of fascinating to me.
Not here. Most of the historical texts are either in Durian or they were in Dracarius. But I consider myself somewhat of a historian of these areas. Hence my bothering of you impromptuli.
It is appreciated. I'm very fascinated by
Do
this
any
type
of
of
the
thing.
fragments of this carving look like it doesn't belong? Like it was added?
Give me an investigation roll. Nothing looks out of ordinary. From everything that you can tell from it, it's not. It doesn't read as in like common does, but like the carvings of it, they all tell the story. And on this front facade here, it's sort of like from top left to right, and then it goes down. It almost reads like a book. But the carvings tell the story of Baal's ascension to godhood.
Got it.
But yeah, because if any of you are particularly religious, a lot of people who've come from the eastern shorelines on their pilgrimage to Sandscale have stopped at the graveyard here. There's a lot of history to it, as a lot of the old monks from the Temple of Tiamat, when it was destroyed, were buried here.
See.
Of the people that have come recently has a group come donning red robes, many with bright yellow eyes.
None that I've seen. We don't get many visitors through here, and ever since all of the civil unrest of Amethil started, not many people have made their journey to the Mecca that is Sandscale.
Well,
No.
any
This is,
form of a tour you're willing to give, I'd love to see.
this is Adam asking. Now, Sandscale, would that be more of like an omni church? Is everybody makes a pilgrimage there once in their life, or is it a specific religion?
It is not a religious thing at all. It's a spiritual thing.
Okay.
So essentially, I think everybody would know this part of it would be like a lot of bad shit happened in that area. The people who would be more religious would know that it used to be a temple of Tiamat. That temple was basically raided, destroyed, ended up being usurped by cultists for Orcus. The Battle of Orcus happened there, and it was completely destroyed in the process. And due to this being just an overwhelming spot of negative energy, some people decided to try to restore like the aura, like to heal that area of Amethil itself. And they built a temple on top of it. There was not a temple dedicated to any god. It's not even considered an Omni Church. It's more of like a memorial, if you will. And just due to the fact that like a demon lord came to the material plane and was struck down by a mortal, like it became sort of a place of folklore. And as such, people traveled all around Aragus to see this place. But it's, a week plus journey through the desert if the person leading you knows their way and they're skilled with maneuvering it. And if not, even longer. In worst case scenario, you never make it. So a lot of the people who made the travel to Sandscale ended up setting up shop there. They built little huts, they built homes, and eventually, like, it actually started to turn into its own, like, city. So the people there actually erected walls around it and actually built a formal community out of it. But it's like a spiritual mecca at this point.
Okay.
So, this Tiamat is the god of what?
Tiamat
That's
was
the predecessor to Reyna.
Yes and no. Tiamat's was the goddess of chromatic dragons, whereas her rival was Behemoth, the god of metallic dragons. And Reyna has sort of taken up the mantle of goddess of all dragons in an attempt to reunite the dragon kin, although many debate the effectiveness of such.
Okay, what happened to this Behemoth?
No one knows for sure.
God, no one knows. Yeah. We've been running into that answer a lot about the gods.
Gods, in their very nature, are mysterious. As far as a tour goes, there's not really much of a tour to give. The majority of the history of Dunescrawl is right here in front of you. This temple, the graves on the other side of it, they all tell a story of time. And everyone else here sort of happened upon this place and never left. We were lucky enough to have bright enough minds to create these water wicks so we can actually all have water. But other than that, there's not really much of note here. If you like warm, dry places, you've come to the right spot. If not, you'll be like the vast majority of everyone else that passes through here, and you will be leaving as quickly as you came.
I prefer the snow.
Yes.
That's all he says about it.
He chuckles a little bit. He said, not many dwarves have passed through here, but the ones that do often have similar sentiments.
Well, let's check out the temple, I guess. And before we head in, sir, is there a place where we'd be able to get rooms for the night?
He points over to the east side there, and there's like a 2-story building that has like a red dome on it. He says, you head over that way to the building with the large red roof. That'd be your best bet. It's more of a communal bedding area. They rent out beds, not rooms. But it's cheap and it's clean.
Thank you. And your name again?
Desaru.
Desaru of the desert. That's Megan, not no. I had to include that real quick before everybody went, fuck, bro.
Don't say anything. Desmond just heads inside.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Just a smile and nod from Thrain.
Yep. Any investigation or perception checks I would like to be aiding and not actually being the one leading, because Nell is not good at perception or investigation stuff, and yeah, I will assist.
Desmond
Thrain.
immediately says, "All right, Nell, take charge. What are we doing?"
Well, Nell says, glancing around as they start to enter this temple. Looking, of course, since we know this place was founded by Ballists, any of the Ballist carvings, if there's some form of a pattern that might direct us somewhere, or anything that feels like a centralized location or looks out of place, like it's a stone that doesn't belong here, might actually be a piece of crown. Obviously, I don't think it would be regularly on display, but who knows?
They said there was a graveyard in the back. Thrain, do you want to look at that while we look in here? Split up 2 and 2.
Sure.
That works.
Steps back, just a suggestion.
He's already almost out the other door by the time you say that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's going with him, but
Nelsie
ins-
kind of looks to Roderick and Desmond and shrugs like, "Who? Where?"
Roger will go with Thrain.
Roderick's probably had enough fun inside churches for a little bit.
Yeah.
Roger, do you need to make a an offering while you're here?
Don't encourage him.
Good idea.
So, the inside of this building, as you walk in, there's like a partition that there's like this like a wooden lattice partition, and then there's two doors on either side. And as you walk in, there's a few steps down. In the center of it, there is what appears to be a blood altar. And then on your flank left and right, there are like stone tables. There's 6 on either side. And then the room itself is probably about 35 feet long or so. And then it has a few steps up, and there's another wood partition. And then that's where it goes out to the back area. So the entire inside of this temple is just fully open with like this blood altar in the middle. And then the building itself is probably about 25 feet tall, except for in the center there is a second story, but it's completely open from the inside. That goes up another 15 or so feet above. So in that central area, you can see that it's basically like everything is aligned perfectly to where that blood altar is.
Is there any form of opening or light that's coming from the roof?
Yeah, so I mean, there's like windows that like have shutters on them, and the shutters are closed right now, but you see like the light sort of peeling through them.
I'm gonna reword my question. Is it like that this blood altar has a point in the day that might be having like the direct sunlight or moonlight hits it?
Potentially, yes. Right now it'd be hard to discern because it's not happening, but like there is definitely light that shines through and you can see it like hitting the floor. So it is within reason to believe at some point that the light could shine directly on it.
Got it. I might end up hanging around in here for a while to figure out if something happens when the light hits the altar at one point. They say aloud to Desmond as he's investigating, just in case that sets off some form of a reaction or visual cue that we might miss otherwise.
Fill it up with blood, you might get a reflection somewhere. I'm joking. Desmond like walks to the altar.
Amount of time debating that.
Or
No.
I'll let Roderick know.
No.
Message through the wall to Roderick. There's an altar for you to make your offering if need be. This is Desmond.
Does that... Wait, I already have a meeting set up? Do I have to make another offering?
It'll look good on your part.
Ah, good point. All right, on the way.
Not yet. I'll let you know.
Okay.
And Roderick Thrain, as you guys walk out back, you could see that like the loose sand has been matted down. The ground is fairly compact through here, and you can see just dozens of headstones, a few crypts, and everything is super weathered. Like a lot of the headstones, you can't even make out the text on it anymore. They're so beaten by the sand. But there's like a path that comes out the back, and it sort of like serpentines around through the whole thing. So you you could follow a single path and basically see every grave site that's in this small burial, and then surrounding it, there's just like the backs of homes, and kind of eerily, like every home that's butt up to it, there's no window in this back area here, so like you're like totally encased by like wooden lean-tos, sandstone blocks, but there's like no windows or anything back here. The only openings would be like the natural openings between buildings, and then the door to the temple.
Walking through, are there any stones that stand out as abnormally clean or well kept?
Great question. I'm gonna answer that by asking a question. Desmond and Nell, what are you guys doing inside of the temple?
Desmond's putting extra focus on the altar and what's around it, looking for any guess secret compartments or hidden floors or anything with these tools.
Okay. And Nell?
Nell is going to use their divine sense again to just see if there's anything in particular that is pinging extra intensely.
There would not be. So, good thing with that is you're not picking up anything too crazy there. The entire, like, everything in this building has, like, a dull celestial feel to it, a dull fiendish feel to it, and you get like this dull sense of evil that just sort of nags at you, but it's like radiating through the walls, almost like just decades of bad shit being done here has just tainted the very foundation of this place.
But the evil isn't pulling them in one direction or the other.
Correct. Yeah, there's nothing that's like standing out to you, but like if you open up your divine sense, it almost gets overwhelming with like just the potency of this area. And it's not in the way of like a singular pinpoint area. It's just like everything here just feels wrong.
Mm-hmm. Nell's just sitting there, like sweat's forming on their brow, but not like the sweat from it being hot, but like the nerves and discomfort that's washing over them right now as they're just kind of glancing around.
Desmond back, seeing Nell just staring and just okay. He goes back to what he's doing.
We're gonna do a group roll. You two, Desmond, you see you're doing your thieves tools. Nell, whatever you want to use for it, whether it be investigation, perception, religion, give me a roll. Back in the back, Roderick, Thrain's looking for like specifically any of the headstones or anything that look like they may have been cleaned recently or anything to that degree. What is Roderick doing while he's back there? You're talking on mute.
Muted.
If he tells him what he's looking for, he'll just try to help.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hide what I'm looking for.
Okay. So feel free to give me either investigation or perception.
Never fail at that.
Okay. So 16 and a 19 would be your guys' two individual scores on that. So, through looking, Desmond, specifically for any hidden compartments or anything like that, you're not seeing anything. It doesn't look like anyone has used this temple for anything outside of like maybe like a casual worship in a long time. Like this place seems like it's relatively low traffic at this point. Like it's here for the history more than the practicality of it.
Mhm.
The only thing that really catches your eye inside of here is there's just a multitude of like those stone murals where it's just sort of the hieroglyphics carved into these stories. And one particular that catches your eye, it doesn't make sense to you. Almost like it's incomplete or it's missing something. But the story doesn't flow correctly.
Yep. So as he's investigating the floor and around this altar and stuff, he'll glance up at all of the murals and just slowly read each one as he's continuing his investigation. Then after a while, he gets frustrated and he walks over to the one that's like incorrect, and he'll just stand in front of it with like his hands on his hips, just staring.
Now we'll walk up, join, not understanding because none of this has been relayed out loud, and just like pet Ava's feathers slightly from on his shoulder, just like, and
Either someone messed with the text on this, or it's incorrect and it has been frustrating me.
what about it's incorrect?
And Desmond will point to the part in the story that doesn't seem right.
What exactly does it say, Cliff? Do we get to know that or no?
It's not words so much as it is just like the pictures of it. And it's the pictures that are it's depicting like one of the like sacrifice rituals of Baal. But as you're like reading through it, like it gets to the point of like where someone would be sacrificed on like the blood altar. And then all of a sudden, like it talks about luring someone in, and then it talks about preparing the tools, and it just looks like the message is sort of scrambled. Almost like there's like 21 or so, like a 3x7 of these carved pictures, and it's almost like they're literally in the wrong order.
Are they something that you can reach?
Yeah.
Nell's going to go see if touching it will move them, if you can just like sift them somehow.
Sure. Oh yes, you go up and start feeling on the stones there. Thrain, Roderick, in the cemetery itself, you do not find any that look like they are newer or in better condition than the others. The only ones that you find that are in better condition are ones that are like positioned in a way that they're being blocked from like the natural wind whipping sand at them from like a sarcophagi or like another headstone. Like those are the only ones that really seem like they're in better shape than them. But through searching, nothing really catches your eye as out of place through here.
The ones that are cleaner or in better condition, read them. Anything standing out on those stones themselves?
No, the only ones that would really be like of any interest would probably be some of the ones that were in the actual like sarcophagi themselves. Is that you could tell that they were like those are like the monks and the priestess and whatnot of the old temple that were buried there. They seem to have gotten special burial treatment compared to everyone else who was buried in the ground. These ones have like the raised sarcophagi.
Any of those look messed with, tempered with at all?
No.
I don't see anything. You want to see if they found anything in there?
Sure.
head back inside through the back door.
Okay. And as you walk in, you would see Desmond standing there looking frustrated at the wall, and Nell sort of like feeling around on some of the different stones that are on there. And Nell, as you hit out of these like 21 stones that are laid out, like the third row from the bottom, as you touch like the middle stone of it, like it moves a little bit, and it almost feels like you could pull that one out.
And so they do.
Okay. And as you
Delicately, and but before they do, they're going to mutter out loud, "It feels like this one could budge," and like, you know, sort of like get their hands around it, and then kind of like do a quick glance of, "Before I move this, are there traps?"
We're pulling it off.
I don't know. Oh, screw it.
I'll follow your lead. He takes a few steps back.
So as you pull that off, you get the brick about halfway out, and you hear a click. And as you do, you hear this loud thud as gates slam down on either side of the entrance to this place. And you start hearing this sound of like light skittering as you see sand slowly start pouring out of the walls.
Push it back in.
You try to push it back in, and it doesn't fit back in. It still has about a 1/4 inch gap, like maybe the width of your pinky gap that it won't push in.
Okay, my only guess is that we have to put this in the correct order as fast as possible. Seeing if the other ones will shift around too.
Sure. Let's have some fun with this. Everybody go ahead and roll initiative, please.
Did we make it inside?
Yes. You guys just barely made it inside.
Yay.
I wasn't saying I wasn't going to check for traps. I was just asking what our next step was.
Next step is to assume there's no traps.
All right. So Nell, as you're looking at this grid that's on here, you have the feeling that you need to figure out what the correct order is, but immediately like nothing is standing out as what that correct order would be. How is Nell going to try to put the pieces together from this?
I mean, the process of gathering an individual for murder makes sense. Like, you know, if there's something that's like, spot your victim, figure out how to get their attention, lure them in, bring them to the place, do the thing.
Okay. So you're just basically stopping, and you're just reading all of them and trying to figure out like what's next.
Yeah, like, okay. Step one would be to find victim, and then some sort of thing like that.
Sure. Give me a investigation or perception, your call on that one.
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. Remember what I said about wanting Nell to be the one assisting others with this?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And while they're, you know, quickly, frantically doing this, they'll be like, Thread, you're the one who knows rocks! What order should these go in based on how they were cut? As they're, like, freaking out.
So as you start to put the story together, you're trying to figure out which order they go in, and you get the idea of where you think the next one should be, and as you try to pull on the stone, it doesn't budge. And you realize that, like, you almost have to shift them down in the correct order. So you basically are going to have to try to figure out where the hole stays like which way you can move things around to get things in the right area.
It's one of the shifty shift puzzles.
Mhm.
Picture puzzles. Oh, good. I was just gonna, take the one that will go back in probably eventually at the end, and just like set it on the ground beside, and just kind of step back like.
All right.
It's- They shift. They don't remove. Just this one removes.
All right. Thrain.
Can I make it over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Make it over there, see what I'm looking at.
Yeah. So you see this puzzle in front of you that is 3 stones wide by 7 stones tall. 1 stone has been removed, and they're large rectangular stones that are probably about 5 inches by 5 inches, give or take. They're sort of irregularly cut, but relatively the same size. But when you pull them out, they're longer. They're probably like 10 inches or so long, and all of them have different carvings on it that tell a story, and you can make an educated guess on which order they go in. But the problem that you're finding with it is that you can't just pull one out and put it in the correct order. You almost have to move everything around to shift it.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're doing that, this place is slowly filling up with sand.
What do I have? We're in initiative order. What can I do to start shifting this stuff? How would I go about that?
You can do anything you want to do. Whatever you think would make the most sense.
I'm gonna start moving stuff so I can try to get one that looks like it's gonna be next in its place.
Sure. So you're just jumping in and just starting to move things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you want on that, just give me a straight intelligence roll to see if you can piece things together. All right. So you get the idea of like where things need to go, and you can see just from looking at this that like at the bottom, that like the one that seems like it would be the next one to go up top is at the bottom, and you almost have to like shift it up and then something else over and something else down, and you're moving things like this to try to get it in the right area. And by the time you get it up to where it needed to go, the one that you thought needed to go next is now back in the bottom right-hand corner. Roderick.
When I do that, I'm gonna step out of the way. It's like too much.
Looking around, trying to figure out what the fuck's happening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing, boss?
I think that one needs to go next. But yeah, have fun. They slide. They don't pull out.
Okay, where am I sliding it?
And I'll point to where the next one would be.
But that first one has to end up staying in that first position.
Okay. He puts the one that Thrain pointed at and tries to slide it to the other place that he pointed at.
Yeah, so you're shifting a few things around to try to get to the right area and moving things down. Go ahead and give me like sleight of hand or just a straight dex check if you want to.
How about
Ooh.
that?
All right. So you move that one around, and in the process of moving it, there's another one that like lines up right with it, and Thrain points that out, and you're able to slot 2 in place at once. So now the first 2 rows are completely finished. Desmond.
Desmond's gonna stand like 10 feet back from everyone, getting the whole view of this in his view.
Mm-hmm.
And without moving anything or like possibly messing something up that he might need in the future, he's just gonna see if things can be grouped. Like, look at each of the pieces visualize where they go ahead of time and kind of like formulate a path that he can take
Okay.
before moving stuff and be like, shit, now that one that's down here needs to go where it was. So he's trying to solve it ahead of time.
Okay. Sure. Investigation, I would say, probably. All right. So you start actually figuring out where things need to go, and even though you don't immediately do anything right now, like from the way that they're moving things, you're starting to see like where things need to be moved in the next one, to be able to get things going. And you can basically figure out like what the bottom rows need to be, and from the way that you're seeing things, the stone that is missing is actually the dead center.
Is it at the dead center? Or, oh no, the one that's going to end up with the
Yep.
missing piece? Okay.
Yep, so it's at the dead center.
Okay.
All right. Nell.
Looking around at the sand pouring in and knowing that it's going to end up impeding them while they work on this, Nell is pulling their shield out from behind their pack and going to start using it sort of to shovel sand more on the opposite end so they have more time to work on this puzzle before it gets overtaken with sand.
Sure. Because as you guys are doing this, the sand is starting to pour out, and you're noticing that it's pouring out from right above the 6 stone tables that are on the flanks. Above all 6 of them, all 12, the 12 holes are pouring out sand. So it's starting to fill up. Like, you guys probably already have 3-4 inches worth of sand around your feet as you're standing there that you're pushing things away. Go ahead and give me athletics. All right. So Thrain, you and Roderick right now are the two that are like physically manipulating things, as Desmond is standing back and sort of mentally putting it all together. Nell is trying to get things in order to prevent you guys from being impeded too badly by the sand. What are you gonna do, Thrain?
Keep guiding Roderick.
Okay.
Would I have ability to cast a spell?
Sure. What are you gonna cast?
Can't guidance on Roderick. You got this, Roderick.
Yeah. By all means, go ahead and cast that.
Is there a way to automate guidance where it actually automatically adds that D4?
Yeah, it should. Do you not have like anything else on there?
No. It just adds the concentration to me because it's...
Oh. It probably, because you get to choose when you want to use it, is why they don't do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Roderick, so Thrain's still trying to tell you everything to do. You see him cast a spell, and he's basically telling you, like, all right, you need to put this here. Go ahead and roll a d4.
Okay.
And then what skill are you going to use to try to get this in order that isn't sleight of hand?
All right. Let's see. Last time you said straight dex check, so I'll do that.
Okay. All right. I will say that if you didn't have that guidance,
That 1 point.
that would have been a failure. So as you put things together, you're lining things up. You get the 3rd row done, and as you're making your way to the 4th row, the story's not making sense again. Like almost like it's skipping something, and you don't quite understand why the story is not adding up.
I'm assuming the 4th row is middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Desmond gonna try to explain his process that he prepared in his mind to Roderick. So he's like, from here on out, start from the bottom, work backwards. The one dead center is going to be that tile underneath the sand on the floor next to your boot. the one last goes this tile, the one before that is this tile, the one before that is this tile. And he's just gonna explain it to Roderick.
Sure. Give me a. What would we call that? Just straight
Performance?
charisma, probably. To be able
Persuasion.
to- I was thinking he's not really persuading. He's just like articulating. So I would say it's just yeah,
It's
like so just a
Charisma,
straight
try to
charisma.
word things in a sensible manner.
Yeah. All right. So he explains it, and Roderick, you definitely get every word that he's saying.
I was gonna say, is he explaining while Thrain is in the other ear explaining a
Yep.
different strategy? Oh, great.
Desmond's like, do that, and you can finish it all in like 5 slides. And he he crosses his arms and just looks at the mural expectingly.
He's like, yeah.
Now, as the stones got in order, they basically got the first 3 rows in order. They got the first one in place for the 4th row, and then you've seen Roderick like move a stone into the middle, and as they did, you heard another click, and all of a sudden, sand started pouring out even faster through those 6 holes. Just so what was a light skittering of sand before? It almost sounds like water at this point, how it's pouring out. You're hearing
Oh, goody. Nell is going to, in a not so sure way of how this is going to go, make their way over to the blood sacrifice altar and like do the whole slit the palm of the hand thing over it. Like, please stop.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a D4 plus 3, please.
Desmond looks over. Oh, I'm multitasking.
All right. You take 6 points of damage as you cut your hand open, and your blood begins to flow into this altar. And as it hits it, like you see the blood hits it, and it starts moving in a what you would consider unnatural way. Like it's not pooling like you would feel that it would. It's actually sort of moving around the edges, almost like someone had it in like a wine glass and was spinning it. Thrain.
Do I notice the sand getting faster?
Oh
Like
yeah.
The sound. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You notice the sound, and then also the volume of the sand spraying out is like it's accumulating through here. So like on the edges, there's probably already like 4 or 5 feet of sand. In the center, in more of the area where you guys are at doing this puzzle, you probably have like 6 inches or so of sand that's piling up. Like even with Nell shoveling it all out of the way, like you guys have to consistently like pull your feet out of the sand to make sure that you're not like getting stuck underneath it.
Don't lose track of that middle piece.
Good point.
On the
I'm gonna
ground.
grab it and hold it,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna continue trying to guide Roderick pulling off of.
Look, John's like,
Would
why are
I?
you making Moron do this? He's a fighter.
I fucking love. I love how Roderick is the one that ended up doing that.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense. Not the stone cunning guy. Not the smart fucking artificer. No, the fighter. That's who they're having try to
Look,
solve the puzzle.
They need the results guy right now. I get it. It's all right.
Yeah.
Would I be able to pull on some history of my knowledge of death on trying to
Sure.
for history for the role?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're talking about sacrifices and whatnot here. I guess that there's some relevance to your study there. So, But unfortunately, ball's not really something that dwarves study too often. So like you're reading it and you're like, why would someone do that though? Like this piece doesn't make any sense. Like when I'm reading it, it makes sense from like a cohesive standpoint, but from like an understanding, why would someone do that?
This way's easier.
Yeah, there you go. So like you're like, but like we could cut like these 2 stones out and like just go right to here, and then it would be getting to point B even faster. So like between you telling Roderick like this and like your pontification about it, and Desmond like no, just start from here and do this over here, and then move this one to this side here. Roderick, what skill are you gonna roll at disadvantage to try to get this?
It's fine. I guess Cliff, what would be trying to sort through multiple voices, Nell saying keep track of this, and 2 people on the other side giving him 2 other instructions, like
That sounds like a Constitution save to me.
Cool.
At disadvantage.
Cool.
Oh.
You didn't see that.
I don't want to talk about it.
You need to see that.
It never happened.
So, like you're trying to listen to Desmond, and you're moving like a stone here, and then Thrain's like, no, it doesn't make sense to do that. Just skip this here and put this one here, and you like move this one, and then all of a sudden now everything is out of order. And then you end up sliding a stone up into that middle slot, and as you do, you hear another click, and all of a sudden, it just goes shh, and you almost stop hearing the sound of the sand. It is coming through at such a rate as it's pouring in, that it just sounds like wind almost at this point. It just sounds like a light breeze of just the sand just shh.
Like, hey, just a thought. Maybe one at a fucking time.
Desmond.
I'm gonna walk over to Roderick and like I guess try to get him to focus on me more.
And Thrain's like, I would need you to focus on me more. It's fine.
And he's gonna like kind of point to the ones that need to be moved next, and without explaining why at this point, just be like, just that one, move it, and I'll tell you when to stop. All right, that one, go. Just like it'll make sense in like 7 steps. Don't worry.
I hate this.
What
You know, why aren't you the one moving them?
What skill check are we calling this?
I don't know.
Wow.
To me, this almost sounds like persuasion, that you're trying to say, hey, don't listen to Thrain, listen to me. But feel free to, if you have a different idea of what you were thinking, to do that.
I guess persuasion, yeah.
Okay. All right. So you walk over and you're like, that there, trust me, don't think about it, just do it. And you're pointing, all the while as the sand is still pouring in. By this point, Thrain, you're finding that like, when you stop to focus on this wall for a moment, all of a sudden, like, the sand is up to, like, your calves, like, halfway up your shin. And you're, like, finding yourself, like, one leg at a time needing to, like, pull your leg out of the sand. And it's all real loose, so, like, if you stand there for a second, you start feeling it shift underneath you and you sink into it slightly. No. As you're bleeding into this altar, all of a sudden you feel like this pull, almost as if you were holding on to a rope and someone pulled the other end of it, and you feel like your arm jerk down towards this altar. As through the chaos of you looking around, you look down in this thing and there is far more blood than what you would expect to see in there from the small little cut that you did in your hand. You start to see this sort of hazy reflection of yourself in this pool of blood. And as you lock eyes with yourself, your divine sense kicks in, almost migraine strong, as this sense of evil and celestial just burns into the back of your skull.
So, I know you said that there's more in there than what should have left the palm of their hand, and they're feeling a pull into it.
Mm-hmm.
Are they actually feeling like the blood loss, like they are losing a lot of fucking blood right now? Like, is it actually happening, or is it just seeming like, that's weird. I definitely didn't watch that much blood drip out of my hand.
Give me a Constitution check.
Oof!
You definitely are feeling the blood loss. You are bleeding far more than what you should be bleeding, but you are definitely bleeding that amount.
Just loudly, oh, fuck, this was a mistake, and they're trying to lay on hands on it to, like, close that wound.
Yeah, as you put the lay on hands, like you see that sort of anti-light surround your palm, all of a sudden it just gets snuffed out, and you take another 6 points of damage as you feel like your lay on hands just dissipate. You feel this sensation in your body like a wave, and it goes to the arm that you cut, and then you feel this like clug of blood come out, and as it does, like you feel that pull again, that boom of your arm coming down.
Nell is sitting there kind of bracing themselves, almost trying to push themselves away from the altar, being like, all right, I might need a little help. I wasn't sure if offering a little blood to Bo was going to be a benefit. It seems very, very, very much like a poor decision. As they are looking very unsure-footed at this point, blood pouring out of their palm. And I'm assuming it's still doing a weird swish.
At this point, like, the altar is, like, filling with blood, like it's a full pool of blood. It's not doing the swish anymore. And instead you almost see like waves inside of it, like an undulation of the blood, and you could see your reflection is not mimicking what you're doing.
Yeah, and there's an evil version of me inside of the blood reflection.
Reflection guy, do you know what's going on?
What? Look, first off, you're cutting yourself. Did we say that that's the murder guy? Why are you cutting yourself over there?
I thought it would stop the sand.
Also, your reflection isn't automatically evil. That's offensive.
I didn't say it was automatically evil. I said that I'm sensing that it's evil. And I'm assuming at this point Nell is going to attempt to persuade Roderick to, give whatever information he can about this mirror realm that apparently he might know about. Listen, I don't know. I wasn't sure that role.
Let's see, what does Roderick know about this? Oh yeah, jack shit.
Try to summon her.
Try just went for something that would be a good roll for me for persuasion. Okay.
Sure. Do you feel that in a situation like this, Nell would be maybe trying to persuade whatever this entity is to
Let me
stop?
go. Yes.
Okay. So I'm cool with that being the role for that. So as you're saying, like, you know, Roderick, what do you know about this? You hear your own voice, but not. Like this uncanny version of your voice you hear. And you hear it say, "Be my champion. I will give you the power you need to protect your friends."
And you are.
You know who I am.
Ball.
Yo, take him up on that. That's an old god.
And for the record, only Nell hears this.
Hate to break it to you, Ball, but what I do would not be something you would enjoy. There wouldn't be enough loss for you. Let me go. I could never satiate your hunger.
On the contrary, I feel the power in your veins. I feel the hate that you contain. You just need someone to show you how to weaponize it.
Hell no. Oh.
Thrain, while this is all going on, room is filling up fast with sand.
Does Desmond look like he's know what he's doing?
He does. Roderick moves something. He thinks for a little bit. Okay, new plan. Now we're doing this.
Doesn't Desmond look confident in everything he does?
About to say, you can give me an insight check, but like
Yeah.
on surface, he always looks calm and collective.
On the surface, he's calm and ready.
Yeah, to drop bombs.
Desmond found his escape as soon as his first speck of sand hit the ground.
His
His escape is
escape.
to glance out the window.
Hmm?
He's got his pointing stick. He can go wherever he wants.
There's no window in here except for the slide, like the thin shutter up at the top. When
exactly.
those traps activated, the door's sealed off. There's no way out from this, like that you can see.
Well, you didn't explain that.
I mean, I did. I just didn't do it correctly, apparently.
I guess I more imagined them like portcullises and shutters, the way shutters have, like, you know, sort of blinds to them, so there would still be some form of light in. So
Yeah, like up in the
yes.
top, it's like there's like shutters, but you could see like a crack through the shutters where like light shining through. But like there's no like windows proper in this place. There was just the doors, and as soon as the trap triggered, like these stone walls, like the stone gate dropped down. So like you're in a enclosure
Tomb.
of stone. Yeah.
Desmond's plan was to teleport up to the top balcony area, then teleport out from there.
Oh, you might be able to make that work.
Because he has two teleports now, a bonus action and an action.
So yes, Desmond is conveying a confidence of he knows what he needs to do. Yes.
Desmond, if you need, have Roderick move while you put them in place. And he'll just start casting a spell as he just moves his hands, and then just This dark light comes out, not like Nell's anti-light, just dark light. Let's see. Cast. Get rid of the spell slot. Beacon of Hope.
Advantage on death saves. All right, guys. Thrain is confident in you guys.
It's more the, hey, you get max heal. Cool. And then from there, can't do it because that's another spell, but we'll get there.
All right. So, Thrain casts a spell, Roderick. Desmond's still telling you to move things here, move things there. What's Roderick gonna do?
Let's see here. Just basing off the fact that Desmond's advice yields results, we're gonna listen to Desmond.
Okay.
And let's see, what do I roll now? I have to roll something different still?
Yeah, huh?
Alright. Guess we will do perception to kind of zone out like everyone else and listen to him.
Sure. I like it.
If
You zone out.
Yep, zoned all the way out.
You don't make it to that second step, though. You zone out, you're like trying to focus on Desmond, and like as you stand there for a second and you're like looking at him, all of a sudden you notice that like up to your knees is like buried in sand. And like you just have this moment of panic as you like try to like get your leg unstuck. And yeah, and you're still like trying to move things around, but like all of a sudden it's like, this is more important.
Yeah.
Desmond.
I'm gonna like look over at Nell and Thrain and nod and step forward while Roderick's trying to free himself and look at what's been moved so far and move everything in accordance.
Sure.
Investigation?
Sure.
Oh, that was almost good.
All right. So you start moving things around, and like some of the stones are like, you were looking at Roderick. Roderick was looking at you. He had his hand like on the stone tablets, and you're like telling him what to do, and he's nodding along. And then you look away at Nell, look at Thrain, look back at Roderick, who's no longer touching this, who's like burying his leg and pulling it out. So you step up and you start moving things around, not realizing that Roderick had moved one of the stones within that moment of panic. So you do it the way that you seen it a second ago, and all of a sudden when you move the stone, you hear this click, and all of a sudden the sand just starts spraying out. You have one more success and one more failure.
No pressure.
No.
Who's got that influence?
That'd be Thrain who has influence right now, or inspiration rather.
Guidance.
So as you're looking at this reflection of yourself that is offering you some ultimate power, and you tell them no, you like force your hand closed, and you feel the bloodlet stop. And you watch as your blood begins to soak into this altar, and you watch as your reflection is just staring at you until it all gets absorbed into this stone. And as you look around, you see this place filling up with sand faster than you're able to shovel it out. You see Roderick sort of panicking and unburying himself. Thrain at this point is probably waist deep in sand. And you're getting this feeling of like whatever's gonna happen needs to happen soon.
Sorry, there's a lot of thinking to do. I'm trying to like look at what I have as options of what I can roll.
Yeah, no worries.
I guess maybe I could use intimidation as call out Countess and Draxius, whatever the fuck has a thing with Roderick. I'm pretty sure you can't do this without us. So if you're gonna intervene, you might want to.
So you're gonna intimidate a being older than time itself.
That's the
That's right.
try attempt.
I like it. Give me an intimidation roll.
No yells, is that right?
Fuck.
15 is the DC.
Huh?
15 is the DC.
Oh fuck yes.
So you literally, so you yell
Like
that
a
out.
skin of my teeth, like we kind of need you.
You yell that out, and as you do, Desmond slides the final stone into place. And Desmond, you're looking at this, and everything is in order, but there's still that hole in the center, and you're still seeing the sand pouring out.
Just holds out a hand to Thrain's direction, who said he grabbed it earlier.
Can't move, just like, eh.
Strength throw to yeet the rock.
So as Thrain hands you this stone and you put it in place, you all hear another click, but this click doesn't sound like it comes from the sides like the previous ones have. You've heard. You hear the click come from underneath, and as it does, you start hearing this sound from below you as grates open up in the floor and the sand starts to slowly funnel its way back out. Desmond, you notice as you put the stone in that it's still about a picky's width or so stuck out further than the rest of the stones. And as the sand starts to pour out of this room, you watch as a veneer on the front of the stone that you just put in crumbles away. And in the middle of it, you see this metallic shard that is about 1.5 inches wide and about 4 or 5 inches tall, embedded in the sandstone. And as that layer of veneer kind of sifts away from it, you now see that this stone sitting flat with the rest of the stones on this wall make up a complete story, and there's this chip in the middle that's that metallic shard.
Is it like able to be picked out?
It feels like it's embedded in there. You could probably pry it out.
So, getting some of his mason's tools, chip away around the edges a little bit, then pop it out.
Sure. So, the rest of you, what are you doing as the sand starts to pour out? You start to feel yourselves free a little bit. You would hear the stone scraping sound as the doors slowly open up. What's everyone doing?
I'm looking at Nell's hand.
Nell is just kind of like gripping their non-injured hand, like almost onto Thrain's shoulder, actually just like grabbing onto his armor, like holding themselves steady, and they're like definitely looking a bit pale about the whole situation, and there's a lot going through their mind about that the god of murder wanted them as a champion.
And then while they're doing this, Thrain's going to take both his hands, one underneath Nell's injured hand, one on top of it, and then just soft glow, cast Cure Wounds, first level.
Sure.
Do I need to roll that? Because technically, max
what's
heal.
max you can heal on it?
1d8 plus 4.
So 12.
Which is exactly
Yeah.
what we
Yep.
Hey.
All right. So you feel that. What's Roderick doing?
I'm looking at Nell, looking at the hand, looking back at Nell, like, oh, but when I do it, okay. At least I wasn't summoning the god of murder.
Are you saying this, or is your face just saying this?
Oh yeah, no, face and mouth saying
Okay.
this.
Nell does not have the constitution to put together the words to tell him properly to fuck off right now. They're just shaking their head at him and looking back at the hand, like still confused and concerned, and they're like, I didn't expect to actually have him come talk to me. That was an experience.
You offered a sacrifice. He
That you
responded.
did.
That's how that works.
Looking back at the order how to do the sacrifice thing,
Mm-hmm.
is there a step after, killing the person?
Yeah, so the first part of it, basically, the story is the setup about preparing the altar, preparing the tools, and then there's the blank spot, and then it talks about how the bloodletting happens, and that basically, the body bleeds into the altar, and then that's how Ball receives his tithes. Like, that's the full story of it, is like the preparation and then the actual act thereof. And then the spot in the middle where Desmond is prying the metal piece out of it, it's almost like a spacer. Like, it's a space between two separate ideas.
It's the free space on the bingo card.
True story. And as Desmond is kind of using the mason tools and slowly prying this out, we'll go ahead and take our break for the night.
Woo.
So it's 38 right now, back by like 45.
No problem.
Looks to me.
Cool. I need to create a proper Be Right Back screen. Yeah, I mean, I can add text that says Be Right Back. They can still hear this. Be Right Back. this, and then go like this. Hey, look at that. I faded back without needing to do the shing again. This is the 8-hour-long outro. No, Gruber, this was a break. This was a little body break. So we could go stretch our bodies and use the bathroom if we need to, you know. I need to get a proper be right back screen. I'll get one. Let me write a note to myself, otherwise I'll forget. Make a proper be right back screen. Okay. So next time we will have a proper one. The 8-hour-long outro is gonna be after midnight. And it was like 9.5 hours, I think, by the time I caught it.
Whoopsies.
So yeah. So quick recap. The group was in a temple that they have discovered was an old temple of Baal, one of the old gods, and they were searching for something in there that would give them some sort of clue towards what the hell is going on. And Desmond found a series of hieroglyphs that told a story of like a ritual of Baal, but something was out of order. It didn't make sense. Like the story was scrambled. Nell decides to figure out what the issue is and pulls one of the stones, which sets off a trap. So the entire temple begins to fill with sand as they have to scramble to put the story in order. And literally on the very last check, it was one fail or one save away from being the end of whatever they were doing there. And Nell managed to get the check off with an exact DC 15 roll. Rolled a 15 on a DC 15 for the final success. And upon stopping the sand from pouring in, they also found a small metal shard in the final stone that Desmond has used mason tools to gently pry out. And Desmond, as you feel the piece of metal give way from the stone, you feel it even through your gloves. You can feel like a heat radiating through this metal that's almost to the point of being too hot for you to comfortably hold. And on the backside of this, you can see a rune kind of etched into it. A B-42 raid, that's something I haven't seen in a long time. A long time.
That takes me back.
Yeah,
Right?
no shit. It's like the original Amethil. Super Trouble, thanks for coming in. Deadly Mouse, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. How is everybody? It's been a long time since I've seen some of you peoples. Welcome. So we are in the middle of a interactive Dungeons and Dragons game. So using your channel points, there's a lot of things that you can do to influence the story, mess with the players, cause chaos, or help them, however you choose to do it. It's going great. We actually just got back from a break, so this is like perfect timing that you are here for the second wing of this. If you want any questions answered of what's going on and whatnot, we'll try to keep as active in chat as possible, but we also will be kind of role-playing and whatnot here too, so most of the time not a lot of direct talking to chat through these things, but we always try to respond through the
Typing.
text. Yeah. Raid! But yeah, so Desmond, on the backside of this piece of metal, you see this carving into it, and the dialect of it you do not recognize.
Can I discern the actual, like, dialect type?
You could try.
Yeah. How?
You could do like a history
Say less.
or perfect.
No, I can't.
Perfect.
This is some ancient, unheard of language.
It is. Can I have another 20, please?
Oh no.
Can I have another 20, please? So as you flip this over and you're looking at it, you're kind of panning it about and trying to see if you can make out like what it is, and just giving your prior knowledge with the things that you've been dealing with and just your general knowledge of language and whatnot. You try sounding out what the rune is saying, and in doing so, this thing like it heats up to almost like a white hot, and it burns your hand through your glove. It burns a hole straight through your glove, burns your hand. You drop it, hot potato. Give me a D8, please.
Okay. Can I also a damage? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. As I drop it, can I make an attempt to like realize like, oh shit, and reach down and just grip the thing before it hits the ground?
It's like white hot right now.
Mm-hmm. I don't want it to break.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and give me a acrobatics or a sleight of hand. Your call.
It's the same.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your idea?
So he's going to drop it and be like, ah, shit, and reach down and grab it. And as he grabs it as fast as he can, just like bends down, places it gently on the ground, then lets go.
Sure. Can I have another D8, please?
Okay, I thought that was gonna be 20 more.
So 12 points of damage total as you grab it the second time with the other hand, like just with like your fingertips even, just to make sure it doesn't hit the ground. Just in the time of like you catching it and then you setting it down real quick, it has burned the fingertips off of these two and your thumb, and it has burned the other hand as well.
So Desmond slowly places it down, then starts walking in a circle in place, just swinging his hands back and forth.
Come here.
Nell's approached, like hands outstretched for lay on hands, like
Thoraine's just sitting here like, hand. I already healed one hand today.
Both of you coming at Desmond, he places a hand in both of your hands. Yeah, here.
I'll push through 8 from
Hey,
my lay
that's
on
enough
hands.
for-
Why not?
Yep, you got the first hand.
You get 12 points for mine regardless.
Okay.
Well, so hold on. So you're
Or has it been more than a minute? That's for a minute.
Is it just for a minute flat, or is it like once you use it, it's gone?
I would feel like it's stupid because the spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range. For the duration, each target has advantage on wisdom save and death save and regains maximum number hit dice points.
For the duration. Yep. So okay.
Yeah.
So if you do max no matter what, then Thrain would have been able to heal it fully. So for flavor, you see you both do, but no, you don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to burn anything for that. Desmond, give me a perception check, please. So while they're healing your hand, you see the shard of metal fly up into the air, pivot like this, rotate around, and then it goes right back into the wall where it was at.
piece of shit, and pulls out his tools again and goes back to it.
I mean, as you go up to it, it's already freed.
Okay.
It's just sort of like slotted in there.
Smithing
But-
tool should be what's holding this, guys.
What's that?
Hot metal.
And I'll pull out my tongs. Holding hot metal.
Sure. You don't get the sense that it's very hot anymore.
So,
I'm just saying, you can do
Yeah.
what you
Be
want.
hot
You
when
can-
we move.
yeah, I'm gonna grab it and then I'm gonna stop Desmond before he reaches out my hand because.
He wasn't grabbing it by hand. I said he pulled out his tools.
Okay. Do you want me to? Because he has his tongs.
Let me see the tongs. I want to cast on this thing a few times.
Did I hear you reading it out loud, or were you just mumbling it?
I attempted.
Did I hear you, or did you just mumble it?
You probably heard.
What were you saying? Were you casting a spell on it before?
No, and he pulls it out with the tongs and flips it around to show you the text on the back.
Any language I recognize?
No, but you can make a roll to see if you know what it is.
Yeah.
Give me like a history.
Yes.
You could actually do. History is about all you could do. I don't think that you. In some case, you might be able to say religion on this, but I don't think that yours would.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I'd say probably just history.
Regardless, it's the same.
Nope. It is. You don't understand the dialect of it. It is an old rune that like. It doesn't look like any. It doesn't even look similar to any of the other texts that you've read before.
Nella's going to pause and then go to like take out some form of a piece of paper and copy it down, but not perfectly on the piece of paper. It'll be like if there are different portions of the rune, like separate them out with arrows to go where they go, because if they write it on the paper, they're not sure if it's going to set something off.
Sure. Do you have any ability that allows you to copy things down like perfectly or anything like that?
No.
Okay, go ahead and give me a performance, or if you're proficient in any of like the artist tools, you could do one of those instead.
Just performance.
Okay. So you copy it down to the best of your abilities, separating it out and kind of drawing guidelines into like where the two halves would connect, so that way you don't accidentally write it full out.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm probably not the one to be trying to copy this down, but not perfectly.
Desmond like looks over at what you're drawing here and pokes it with his finger, and it does the artifice tools thing and copies the image onto it.
Nell's eyes go wide. I didn't want to have it copied perfectly in case it set off something having the rune written down.
It's not written down yet. I'm just putting a masking image over your paper. If you want to trace it, you can. But until I do this again, it's gonna stay there.
Given that, Nell is going to trace the parts that look the most off in their doodle.
Okay.
But not the whole entire thing, of course, because it's still not trying to fuck shit up.
Doesn't mean to get some cloth and like wrap it around the piece of metal. And after it's completely wrapped around, hold them in his hand to see if you can feel any heat through it.
Yeah, you could still feel the heat radiating through it. Not nearly as strong, but like this piece of metal, it radiates the heat.
I think I am guessing this is a piece that we need,
And this is a room that was in question.
We should leave soon.
In case this set off some sort of reminder, considering I did also call out to potentially the hag when I didn't know what to do at the end there.
You
Okay.
what?
Hold on. First off, while me and Thrain were gone, we come back and then Sand, and what happened there? And also,
Yeah.
how many gods did you promise favors to?
None?
Oh,
So
okay, that
when we
sounded
were
like a
starting
question.
to have it all go to shit at the end there, and I was kind of freaking out that we weren't going to make it, I called out to the Countess and Draxius, or whoever the hell you have a potential pact with, to give us some aid because they clearly can't do this without us.
I don't have a pact. I have a meeting to have a pact.
And then
They're
it
judging
stopped, so I don't know.
you.
No, I don't know. The was like, yeah, sure, whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
Off and just
Oh boy.
goes, and the cutting of my hand was hopes that the sand would slow or stop if Vol is given blood. Instead, he asked me to be his champion.
You summoned Bald. You called out to the hag.
It wasn't one of my best moments.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Desmond like looks to the rest, the other two.
All I did was call out her name. I don't even know if that does anything.
Let's
And
So,
get
also,
going.
Sand scale?
yeah, Sandscale. I don't think we should be here for the remainder of the day for potentially someone or something coming for us. It's gonna be a shit night's sleep.
I don't think we're staying here. We're walking.
Yeah, no, we are walking. I was just thinking about that. There's probably gonna be a dream tonight of some sort.
As we're walking out of town, Desmond's going to first, after we walk out of the temple, cast Detect Magic on the cloth, carrying the metal.
Uh-huh.
Then after that, he's going to identify.
Okay. So I mean, detect magic definitely detects magic. As you all exit out, are you guys just exiting out the front door of the temple?
There's only one way, like
No.
2 ways to go, I guess. So yeah, whichever
Mhm.
door was closer.
I mean, technically they're both not. They're about equal distance, but it's just
Okay, yeah,
Desmond's going out the front.
sure.
Mhm.
following.
Okay. As you go out the front, there's one of the Dunescrawl guards standing there, and he's just looking at you guys, just completely perplexed. And he's like, "What just happened in there?"
And I was like kind of gripping where their hand was cut. I poked something I shouldn't have, and there was a reaction. Apparently, don't touch the carvings on the walls.
Um,
And
Give
that is all
me-
we're going to give for details.
give me a persuasion roll.
Persuasian, you say?
I'm gonna say it's been more than a minute.
It's fine.
So he like looks at you, looks back at the door. He's like, "How did you get the door back open?"
panicked puzzle.
He like looks really confused, and he just walks past you, and he just starts walking into the temple.
Why do you ask? Has there been people who haven't made it back out?
He looks over his shoulder. He says, "As long as I've been here, I've never seen those doors shut like that." And then he
And
like
I walk.
continues walking in.
And I walk out.
Walking quickly and with purpose away.
Okay. You just hear like a tiny voice like trail off from the inside. Why is all this sand in here?
Why is the floor great?
We're in the
Meanwhile-
desert.
Meanwhile, we're shaking out our legs, get all the sand out.
We've got sand in places that should never have sand that's going to be there for a long time.
Speak for yourself.
Just walking
I
through
hate
the desert
sand.
caused that, but this has definitely got to be so much worse. Nell's just like scratching at their scalp, sand just everywhere.
You all should cover up more completely. And Desmond's like shaking his arms and sand still coming out of him too.
So, how high would you say the sand got up on Thrain?
Probably over your belt.
You're never gonna get
Aw.
all the sand out.
Got in the beard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I don't even know if
It's in the curtains and the drapes.
prestidigitation would help with that.
Curtains and drapes. Damn.
You're just moving the sand around.
Right. The sand's clean.
Bathtubs for a very long time. And of course, sand loves to stick to sweaty skin. All portions of it. So much discomfort. We're fine.
All right, so you guys hastily make your exit out the south trail, and as you're about to exit the city proper, the devil that's standing there, he's like, "Did you all reconsider on the wand of Orcus?" He like pulls it back out.
Did you reconsider on your price?
What price would fit for you?
How big is this thing that he's potentially buying?
It's a big ass mace, like a one-handed like morning star, but it has like a skull affixed to the top of it.
What's it look like it's made out of?
Yeah, say may I actually? Or I'm gonna ask him. Can I look at it and feel it?
Give me a persuasion roll. Well, you don't look like the type that would run off with it.
I'll put my warhammer on the counter.
He makes like a gesture with his hand, and you see like fire kind of erupt by it, and you see like these shackles holding it to the top of the table, and then he like hands it over to you. It feels cold to the touch, almost like glass, but it's super dense, almost like it's made out of obsidian.
Hey Desmond,
Yeah.
is this? And I'm not actually moving away from the counter. I'm just turning around.
Yeah.
This actually real something that would hold up in battle? You think? When he's trying to convey to you, hey, is it something I could use in battle?
Desmond's gonna go do like a full inspection on it.
Sure. You can either do investigation or you could use your tools if you're trying to test it in any way.
Yeah. Use tools.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like this thing would actually work in battle. It has weight to it. It has a good balance. Like it's heavy towards where the skull is actually at. Like for everything that you could tell from this, like at the very least, this would make a really, really good Morning Star.
Detect magic lasts for 10 minutes, so it should still be up. Is there anything special about this, or is it just well crafted?
It looks like it's just well crafted. Like you don't get anything crazy from it.
As I'm like up close, right next to this thing, I like whisper to Thrain. For a weapon, can't do much better. But if you get it, I can do better. I can improve it.
Hmm. 12 platinum.
12. This is an exact replica of the wand of Orcus.
It's a replica. Nothing special about it. Not even magical.
Special enough that you're willing to offer 12 platinum for it, which means that you see the value. Also, for someone to make a replica with this much detail, they must have seen the original. I suspect there's something more here than what's on the surface. 20 platinum.
15.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh.
18. Or I offer you a deal. And he just smiles when he says it.
Can I re-roll my fate point?
Yeah.
This man really wants that mace.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no!
You did better though.
I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, I urge you that there are better things you can do than just re-rolling
I
the
know.
die with those things.
Uh-huh, I know.
As he sees you like kind of mulling it over, he goes, I am in the business of brokering deals. And if you want, you can have it at no cost other
Cursing
than
and Eldritch.
a favor. And as he says that, he holds out his hand and you see this flicker of light and a contract appears. And he scrolls it down and he says, you can read it if you like. I'm not asking for your soul, only asking for one favor. Yet to be determined, but when I ask, you must agree.
I don't offer favors. And I'll hold the platinum in my hand, set it on the counter.
As you do, he smiles and he just kind of like waves his hand like this, and you see as the contract goes up in flames, and he says, "A smart decision either way." And he takes it. He doesn't count it or anything. He just kind of like holds it. And he says, "I think that you'll find that this was a steal of a price." And he looks down at your old one and he says, "Do you wish me to dispose of this, or do you want to take it with you?" And he like kind of just closes his hands and the shackles fall off of it.
This holds a special place in my heart. Special place in my heart. Wow, words. I'll just take it and just put it on my back. And
He goes,
hold the mace.
"And here at Orcus End, all purchase come with a free t-shirt." And he hands you a shirt.
Ooh. I'll take it and just walk away. Thank you, and walk away.
And he smiles and he like leans forward out of the kiosk and he's like, "I'm sure we'll all meet again." And then he just smiles and just slowly leans back into his stall.
Hey, Desmond,
Yeah.
do with this what you do with your tabard.
Burn it.
After we're away from the stand, though.
What is on the
As-
shirt?
It's like it says, "I survived Orcus's end."
Okay. Give a shit.
Would it even fit Thrain?
Oh yeah, it's a perfect fit.
Okay. Yeah, no.
It's pajamas.
Do you say that?
Nell would jokingly say, "But it's pajamas."
As he's holding it, he crumbles it up, puts it in his bag. Doesn't fold it, just balls it up.
Who cares? They're pajamas.
Exactly.
It's a light-fitting shirt for hot days. Not so great for the cold nights that we have here, but you're used to cold nights.
And I'm gonna pass it over to Desmond. No rush.
See what I can do.
All right. And as you all make it back into the sandy trail, the cracked sandstone fades away into just the compressed sand. That petrichor smell slowly starts to leave the air, and you just get back to that dry, arid, earthy smell of the desert proper. Your guys' game plan is to head to Sandscale at this point, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
there
Yeah,
might
to
be-
Sandscale.
Any specific like magics that it gives off that stand out?
Oh, sorry. So you mean the little shard, right?
Yes, definitely want to do all sorts of investigations on that.
Okay. Any other investigation you're trying to do besides detect magic then?
Detect magic once that's over, then identify. That's all Desmond is gonna do at first. Then he's actually casting these spells. He's not taking the 10 minutes for each.
Is Nell wanting to do anything either?
all I really got is divine sense, man. Sure, I'll use a third charge of divine sense. That means it only leaves me with one more for the day after that.
Sure.
We'll go to bed soon.
Brain, Roderick, y'all doing anything?
No.
Not tonight.
Okay. So as you try to figure out the aura of this, you get a strong sense of conjuration magic. And as you attempt to identify, you fail to identify what this is. Go back in 1 second.
I'll get that food. No.
I was half wanting you to put identify on that. But I wasn't going to say that. I'm like, I can't say that. That's him listening. But no.
I think identify is like one object.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm not worried about it.
It's Friday night. That means Taco Bell.
Hey, same. I should have. Yeah, I did do Taco Bell today.
Yeah. So conjuration magic, but you fail to identify what this is. Like, it is beyond any like traditional means of identification.
okay, I thought it was just like it's not magical, like no magical properties.
No, it has strong magical properties. It's just like nothing that you would traditionally do to be able to identify this is working with it. Like, there's no manual on this one.
Okay. So after messing around with it for a little bit, Desmond's just gonna go walk up behind Roderick, dig my hand into his pouch, and pull out the sending stone thing.
She's like, hey, whoa, wait, just ask for it.
Pushes Desmond away. He's holding the shard. Quillwise.
Wait, you push him away?
No, like Roderick pushes Desmond away as he's trying to go to his bag.
Gotcha. You're like, yes.
Got
Did
the
you find
first
something?
shard. Yes.
What is it?
A black metal thing with a rune etched into the back.
That is hot.
And this is the only one that we found similar to this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to keep it safe.
Actually, no. You have that paper, right? With a
My
copy of the
doodle?
drawing.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we send that to Quillwise?
Sure. I mean, it's not perfect, but
We're gonna send you a doodle, Quillwise.
of what the rune looks like, and well, kind of puzzle piece of what the rune looks like, because I wasn't sure if I wrote it perfectly, it would set off some sort of spell. So I just copied portions of it in different places of the page with how it should be oriented.
And have you noticed it do anything?
It burnt the shit out of my hand. And when I dropped it, it floated up and went back into its socket before we retrieved it again.
He was mumbling trying to mumble the rune.
So you were trying to read it. It burned you. And then it went back into its place?
Yes.
Curious. Well,
That Dunescrawl, if you haven't pieced that together.
okay, perfect. That aligns with what I'm putting together here as well. I've come up with a pattern of where I think these will be. Only I have no way of being able to tell the order. And there's a few things that don't quite line up. But if you overlay all of the old towns, there's a distinct pattern. I'll find some way to get this to you. I just need to figure out one or two more things here that just don't make sense.
I'm going to send the doodle over with my familiar. As soon as it leaves my radius, I won't be able to be in contact with it, but it should still obey my command until finished.
And will it be able to take something back with it?
My commands are generic, but I can command it to fly to you and return. You would just need to be fast retrieving and attaching your letter.
How long do you suspect it'll take for it to get here?
It doesn't really need rest. Five days.
All right. I'll be ready in 5 days to receive your message and send you back mine. 5 days should be plenty of time to figure out these last 3 areas that don't make sense.
Sounds like a plan.
Before we continue walking on over there, one of these places that overlay is Sandscale a possible location?
The old temple that was there is almost certainly a location.
Okay.
Though I'm not sure how you're going to be able to get to that one, given the old temple is collapsed and a new one has been built over top of it.
Who knows? Maybe there's some form of a sewer system.
Ruins underneath the new city, sewers, yeah.
Well, if you're heading from Dunescrawl, it should take you about 5 days to get to Sandscale.
Wonderful.
We finally have
27.
something. We have something. Let's go find something. Step 2.
Yeah.
And
If I figure out any more information, I'll send it to you.
perfect. And I got Kip off doing a few odd tasks around the area here.
Has Shogun showed up? He should certainly be there by now.
He did not. Do you want me to send word of him, see if we can find anything?
Yes. Or glances to Thrain and Desmond. You briefly met Shogun, right? You could send him a message to see if he's okay and still on his way?
I can.
Drain
I
can.
have unlimited range.
Okay. We'll have to.
Did I meet Shogun?
I'm pretty sure just when we were saying, like, okay, yeah, no, we have to run off to do this thing for the Baron. But so you travel alone because we were about to set out with him to head to Truded.
What? Was Thrain there? For some reason, I feel like Nell and Roderick went there.
No,
That
and
was the
Roderick
first
went
time.
there the first day. We all met up and we were gonna walk together. Then we went to the Baron, and then afterwards went to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yeah.
Would that be considered familiar with him? I'm familiar with him.
I think for the sense of this, yeah.
Okay.
What are the options?
You send a short message of 25 words less to a creature which you are familiar.
Yeah, I would say for this, like, you know of them enough that you could do that.
Okay.
So I think that would work.
Yeah, I should be able to.
All right.
Then message me later and let me know what you find out. And if you need me to, I'll send someone off looking for him.
I will reach out to you when I can, or we can use the sending stone. And Thrain will step away. And I'll signal Nell to follow me.
And so they do.
What should I say?
I'm thinking that up right now because I know message is limited.
I have 25 words.
Mm-hmm.
Shogun, or hey, Shogun, you should have arrived in Truded by now.
Yeah.
Is everything all right? Do you need assistance?
Sure.
Okay. Well,
I was like typing out right here, like almost skipping words. Are you okay? Not intruded yet.
yeah, and then I'll cast sending.
All right.
I'm assuming my divine sense didn't really show much on the shard.
So the divine sense, it emanates strong fiendish energy.
Neutral, not good or evil.
Evil.
Oh, goody. We love very evil objects from the hells.
I wonder if I can use this as one of the object Desmond needs for his family.
I was waiting for it.
Stop that right now.
Like, hey guys, let's make these crown gem things a priority, yeah?
Thrain, you get a message back that says, "Safe for now. I am on the trail of a powerful artifact that controls weather, needed for Barrel's hope. I will see you all shortly."
R.I.P.
How often can we do this?
You don't know this yet. It plays in my mind. But you see his face just drop.
The consequences of our actions.
My old enemy.
He is
luck.
safe.
Keep up the good work.
You'll see Thrain's face, and take it you're studying Thrain pretty much.
Mhm.
You'll see his face drop, just like, oh shit. He is safe for now.
However,
Desmond, I need to talk to you.
No. You need to.
No,
this
you-
is promising.
As soon as Desmond sees Nell hold Thrain back, Thrain in your mind, what's up?
That's cheating.
He's going after the storm shard.
Can you laugh in thought? I don't think I've ever laughed in my mind before.
Picture the sound of your own laughter.
So I guess it wouldn't be in his mind. He wouldn't be facing Thrain. He'd be like looking at the gemstone, just be like, interesting. If no,
I can't message him until I sleep again because I used my other powerful spell.
This is the person that taught Nell. I strongly believe they would have the same morals. So as soon as they see that there are a bunch of little girls here, they won't choose the act and they will just walk away.
Are you saying this, or are you saying it in my head?
In your head.
Should I tell them what's going on?
It doesn't change anything. You still have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't change anything, it might be better to wait till tomorrow so Nell's not up panicking all night.
Okay.
But then,
again, it's Nell.
yeah.
Nell. I need you to
Very
promise me
hard
something.
look you're getting as Nell probably put two and two together.
We're-
Just silence.
We're just staring at each other.
Yeah. Roger's looking back and forth, just confused. Like, why aren't they saying anything?
Thrain looking at Desmond like. Thrain like.
A slight chuckle after like 30 seconds of silence, then more silence.
I need you to make me a promise. It's gonna be very hard for you to keep.
That's a good way
I need you to
start.
not overreact to what I'm about to tell you.
Promise not to react like Nell.
There's definitely obvious anger and frustration that just flicked across their face with that statement.
See, I wish I had another spell prepared.
Sanctuary.
Calm emotions.
Nell is immune.
Can I trust you to do this and not make any rash decisions? Because this is something out of your control, out of all of our control. Or I just don't tell you.
Nell grabs Thrain by the beard, looking very seriously in his face. It's not a rough grab, but she's holding it. They're holding it like, Thrain, you're acting like I'm gonna freak out. It's pissing me off a bit more than I probably would be with whatever you're saying. So, how about you just tell me?
I think you gotta promise first.
I think Nell has already
And I can
overreacted.
promise that I won't cut your beard off when this is done.
That's rude.
Releases the beard and just shakes their head at him.
Desmond's.
I would like to see you try one day.
Desmond like poofs in between Nell and Thrain.
Oh, that's funny, even funnier, because at this point, Nell is just chuckling and be like, you know I'm fucking with you, Ironforge.
He went to Barrel's Hope.
Head straight back.
He is currently on his way to
Oh
the
boy.
cave. I cannot reach out again until tomorrow, as I already used all my powerful spells.
Nell just like goes from like looking around Desmond, like finishing the conversation with Thread and looking, then looks back up at Desmond. Sorry, didn't mean to spook you there. I would never actually lay a hand on you guys.
You did. You pulled him closer to yourself, touching his beard. I
Don't
have
worry.
been threatened by you before.
Don't worry. She even brought a knife close. They wouldn't be standing.
I mean, if y'all start fighting, I'm out.
We're good at this point. I didn't actually mean the threat. It was more of the God damn it, spit it out sort of scenario. I was just admittedly being a dick.
Yeah. Yeah. Desmond walks away.
Okay.
All right.
Just know that wasn't a threat. You will not touch a hair with a knife.
Would never
No.
actually try.
No, I'm just letting you know. No matter what comes of us.
Nell's chuckling. I'm hurt. This feels like a rejection. It sounds like it would be something so very intimate with a dwarf.
Oh, it would. With one of these, it would with this, it'd be very intimate with this. Is holding his warhammer, just. And then that's it. Just chuckling, walking away.
Making our way to Sandscale.
So y'all have a 5-day journey there. Gonna call it moderate travel, 2 downtimes. Is there anything that y'all want to do during that time? I'm assuming that you're gonna be sending another message.
Warning him not to go there. We've already been there.
Mhm.
It is.
In the possession
What's
of
your 25
a-
words?
Shit.
Mhm. Been there.
No, the Eclipsean Order has already declined to do that job. The Eclipsean Order has already declined to do that
Do
job.
its job to drop words.
Please just continue to Truded. That's 15.
Okay.
I'm doing this out of my own accord.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
If you just want to sound that one.
Send it where?
How you did
Just
the last one.
Just to you? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Casting Identify on Orcus's wand 2.0.
It is a exact replica of the Wand of Orcus.
Okay.
Attuning to Gullythorn.
Now, as you decide to finally attune to this, you start looking through and you see that inside of one of the pouches there is a singular copper coin. And as you pull that out, you can see that this copper coin has a woman's face engraved into it in very meticulous detail. It's a very a very strong similarity of a woman's face. And as you look at the coin and sort of flip it over, all of a sudden you see this blue shimmer, and standing next to you there is this fey-looking female that is standing there, and she is looking at you, smiling.
Looks at the coin, looks at the fey female. Do they look
Identical.
like... Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
She's like, "Hi, my name's Krista. I'm so glad that you found Gully."
I assume that is the plant within the pouch's name.
Oh, yes, yes. She is my pride and joy, my life's work. She's one of a kind.
And how does she work? What does she do?
Well, she's a hybrid of over 50 different species of fruit-bearing plant. And I've found a way to imbue certain effects depending on the berry that grows. I've been trying to figure out how to make specific ones grow when I want them to, but haven't quite got that far yet. So it seems to be random. A few of them I've been able to tell just from how they look what they do, but more times than not, I just pop one in my mouth and see what happens.
I see. And what is your name?
My name's Krista.
Kristen, right, you said that.
And you are?
No.
I know.
They do not give their full name by any stretch of the imagination.
Are you gonna be able to take care of Gully?
We've already ensured that she has fresh water, and I can assure you I have an appreciation for herbs of all sorts. I do make potions, so
Well, hopefully you can figure out some way to utilize the berries to make potions with. That was on my list of things to do, but she kind of like gestures to herself.
are you a ghost? A soul trapped? Is this a soul coin?
She chuckles. She's like, kind of both. See, there were some very bad people that were trying to hex us, and I gave my essence to Gully. It's my magic that keeps her alive.
Okay.
So in a sense, my life's in your hands now.
I will do my best to keep it.
Just be warned that some of the berries do some batty things.
Yeah.
But basic rules are keep the crystals full of water. I'll take care of the rest. And due to the nature of how these plants were sort of put together, the berries only last a short period of time. But I've designed it in a way that when that time limit is up, that the berries turn into a nutrient that Gully can then ingest, which basically feeds itself.
Nell's gonna like flip over the coin and see if she disappears.
No.
Okay, so pleasure meeting you.
And you. And she like leans in, she's like, sorry to do this, but I'm kind of gonna need you to show me that you know what you're doing a little bit. And she like laughs and she leans back. Go ahead and give me a nature or a...
Can I use my herbalism tools?
Nope. Either nature or arcana for this one, and it is a DC 10. And she's like, you might want to just keep working at it a little bit, and you'll be great soon. I'm sure of it. How about you keep practicing, and I'll check back on you tomorrow. And then all of a sudden, she's gone.
Just awkwardly looks at everyone else, wondering if they were seen by everyone else.
Everybody's seen you talking.
Seeing Nell distracted by something, Bryn's gonna walk away. And without Nell knowing, cast sending again.
Okay.
Did Cliff say something?
What's everyone doing during this downtime?
Avoiding Nell.
I'll do my research.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna avoid Nell by looking for resources.
Sure. That is 1 tick mark for Desmond. Roderick, I think you're on 2 of 2 for researching ice ammo.
I think so.
Is it just my tools?
Yep.
Here's my clicky.
You'd think I'd learn this by now.
Go ahead and roll on the crafting component table.
Ooh, take it.
Ooh, 7 rare components.
Hang on, I gotta add rare to my inventory. Just drag this on here. 7.
Good enough, Roderick?
Let me see. I don't have like a tick counter anymore.
No, there's not a tick counter.
Okay.
It's only 2. You lazy.
Whatever.
We got 2 downtime events. Let's try it again.
Yes.
I wish there was an easier way to do this.
How would you spell Shogun?
It's Hogan with an S in front of it.
Shogun.
Literally,
Yeah,
like Hulk
brother.
Hogan, but then you just put an S in front.
And then if I want to look for some more components, do I still roll the Tinker's tools or something else?
I mean, you can roll
Okay.
something else if you think something else would be more appropriate, but you can do the Tinker tools as well.
Yeah. Ugh.
That is not good enough.
Oh well.
All right, there you go. I added it to your attacks.
Cool.
Is Nell doing anything? Well, so I will say for Nell that attuning is your downtime event, and you failed the first one, so you can try again the second one if you want to.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I know Megan's too emotionally exhausted for Krista again.
Sure. Well, I mean, the conversation with her is going to be super short. It's really going to be like, all right, show me what you've learned so far. And it's going to be really just rolling, like I said, Arcana or Nature at a DC 10. And then it will be an Herbalism DC 15.
Why not?
Sure.
You know.
And then same type of thing. She's like, oh, just keep trying. I have a really good feeling about you. And then gone.
Yeah, Arcana and Nature are both things Nell has a +0 in.
That's why you guys put a DC 10. These are curated rolls. I know, like, purposefully. I did this purposefully to you guys. Each one of those rolls you've had to do to attune.
Yeah.
Brain.
And Desmond, you can do one more because there are going to be 2 downtime events for this travel.
Okay.
And then Thrain, you can do whatever you want to do for your second one as well.
Is that a pass?
Nope.
No? What do I need?
I think it's a 15, isn't it? Or is it, maybe it's a 12.
I thought it was 12.
It's a 12. That's enough.
Almost halfway there already.
T-Rain.
Sorry, I'm.
Are you figuring out what message you're sending?
No. I'm tracking the messages.
What the hell?
What?
You accidentally did that.
I didn't do anything, though.
No, Thrain
Nobody,
did.
nobody sees that.
Okay. Cliff, do you mind clearing the thing?
You don't see that message
But it said GM, which is the weird thing.
because
Yeah.
I dragged and dropped it.
Are you trying to imitate me?
I don't want to.
I'll smite you. But you got one more downtime event.
Setting the message isn't part of the downtime event. It could be part of the travel.
Yeah,
Right?
no,
Or-
you have one more downtime event. I'm saying, yeah, your
Okay.
message is just you're doing that no matter what.
Okay. I'm gonna look for more materials because I found some rare materials. I want to find some more.
Sure. See, this motherfucker does it again. No, okay.
No, but I'll take 26 more uncommon.
Roderick's eyes light up.
We have 26 more uncommon.
We're doing great, guys.
Rain 132. Okay.
All right, so after the 5 days worth of travel, you guys see off in the distance these large cascading sand dunes, and sandwiched between 2 of them, you see these huge towering sandstone walls. And as you start approaching, you can hear what sounds like running water, like a waterfall almost. And as you start to approach the sand scale gates, you almost feel like a cool breeze blowing from inside the gates. And you get this almost sweet, like tropical scent coming from inside as you all make it to the city of Sandscale. And I'll do this. And that is where we're gonna end it at for the night.
How would I remember how many little girls were there?
How
What
many
kind of
times
weird-ass
did you
question is that?
You know what I'm talking about.
shot?
Where?
In the cave, goblins.
Oh, probably not the exact amount. I mean, you could roll to try to see if you remember.
History or intelligence?
Shit, probably just straight intelligence.
Oh.
I would say you probably do not know the exact amount, but you know
Okay.
that there's more than a dozen. Actually, can I go back to that map and tell you exactly how many there were?
Can you tell me now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
I can tell you exactly how many there are. I'm still going to say that you don't know how many it is, though, but it is more than a dozen.
Okay.
This is such a pretty map. But yeah, on that note, we're gonna call it. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the B42 raid. That was a nice blast from the past. Hope everyone's doing well there. And Gruber, I'm gonna end it after this, not in 8 hours, but in like 2 minutes afterwards. I may be raiding out. I'm trying to see if this person's still on. If they are, I'm gonna raid out. They are still on, so we're gonna raid out. So, so something that I've been super excited about is a new rule set coming out called Nimble, which is like a 5e conversion, but it does a lot of things that I actually really, really dig. They just finished their Kickstarter, and they're starting to roll out the actual rule books for it all. And I already have ideas of like things that I want to do with that rule set. And the creator of it is actually live right now going over some of the rules. So we're going to raid out to them because I think that's going to be, I think that's cool in general. And I do want to support this. Even though I already threw money at it, I want to support it more. So I'm going to raid out there. I appreciate everyone hanging out. We'll be back next week for episode 26. We do not have another Floating Isles of Etheria tomorrow, but the week after that we do. So maybe we'll figure out something to do tomorrow. I don't know. But not now. Now it's night. Bye. And I can't mute us so they still can hear us talking afterwards.